baru mesra rewards.
Ha? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
morning, everyone. Very well, welcome to Stage 5, the Queen Stage of PETRONAS Langkawi 2025. Between Timberlaw and Fraser's Hill, 123.1 kilometers, starting with a neutral zone of 7.6 K. 6.3 kilometers now. We are approaching kilometer 0. We are good to go. The peloton is complete.
And here's the Fraser Hill. I think when the riders see this big sign, it will be a sign of relief. Oh, that's actually where the attack is going to happen.
Sprinting at the back there. Aaron Gate just in front there. Let's see if he can caught.
Giannis is there as well, and it's harder, but it is Joris Delbo.
Oktober 2025 hari Jumaat, pagi yang basah di bumi Malaysia, untuk kita menyaksikan satu lagi perlumbaan basikal jelajah PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025, 26 darjah Celsius, dan kita harapkan cuaca ini akan terus baik menjelang perlumbaan yang akan bermula di Shah yang akan berakhir di Port Dickson, Negeri Sembilan, sejauh 123.5 km. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan apa khabar anda semua? Saya Akbar Sari akan bersama-sama dengan adik Usaini Osman untuk bersama dengan anda untuk kita bawakan satu lagi peringkat perlumbaan yang dijangka mendebarkan dengan menawarkan 3 zon pecutan. Jadi 1244.2 km jarak perlumbaan keseluruhan, dan selepas 5 peringkat mereka sudah pun mengharungi sejauh 725.6 km kayuhan setakat ini, di mana ada lagi baki 518.6 km yang menanti anda semua. Adik Usaini Osman, hari baru, hujan berterusan, dan apa yang kita harapkan hari ini?
Okey, cantik baju bang.
Terima kasih juga lah pada adik Usaini yang adjust.
Alright, peringkat ke-6 hari ini. Sejauh 123.5, hanya 3 zon pecutan yang ditawarkan, tiada zon pendakian bang.
Okay.
Jadi Eddie Patrick dan Jambar Sambaya relax dulu, muka-muka Inam Shah hari ini, mungkin esok baru dia.
Hari ini dan esok tak ada zon pendakian?
Betul, esok ada zon pendakian, tapi mungkin dia punya kategori bukan
kategori
yang
satulah,
yang bukan satulah.
Okey. Baik, kita nak intai terlebih dahulu kedudukan para pelumba untuk keseluruhan ataupun GC, pemegang jersey hijau PETRONAS, di mana ada perubahan yang sangat ketara. Okey, di mana kalau kita lihat di sini, Joris Delbo daripada Total Energies semalam telah pun berjaya untuk mengubah peta keseluruhan kedudukan pelumba. Kemudian Anders Jonasson tempat yang kedua, Andrew Mech di tangga yang ketiga, Yanis Voisat di tangga yang keempat. Kalau ramai tanya di manakah kedudukan Matteo Malucelli untuk kategori sprint, dia di tempat yang teratas dengan 57 mata. Ellen Blikra di tangga yang kedua. Matteo Malucelli sebenarnya untuk keseluruhan jersey hijau di tangga ke-68. Dia ketinggalan 17 minit di belakang Joris Delbov, dan kemudiannya Patrick Eddy. Okey, seperti yang disebut oleh adik Usaini, Patrick Eddy akan berehat kerana tidak ada zon pendakian pada hari ini. Dia sedang berada di kedudukan pertama dengan 15 mata dicabar oleh seorang pelumba tadi, dan kemudiannya perubahan untuk jersey Asia, jersey putih rakan muda, Nikolai Vinokurov daripada pasukan Astana merampasnya semalam daripada Vadim Promsky, Jambal dan Sanbaya di tangga yang kedua daripada pasukan Burgos. Okey, itu kedudukan keseluruhan. Saya ulang lagi sekali, Matteo Malucelli ketinggalan 17 minit di belakang pendahulu di tangga yang ke-68 pada ketika ini, walaupun dia mendahului daripada peringkat yang pertama sampailah ke peringkat yang keempat untuk berada di tangga yang teratas kedudukan keseluruhan pendahulu. Okey, baik. Pasukan media MSN setiap hari bertungkus-lumus menyediakan pakej terbaik untuk tatapan anda semua. Jadi jom kita saksikan pakej ini.
Inilah pentas yang mengubah kedudukan pelumba PETRONAS Tour di Langkawi, iaitu Queen Stage. Dengan jarak 123.1 km dan pendakian ke kawasan tinggi, Queen Stage bukan sekadar perlumbaan tetapi medan ujian sebenar keupayaan fizikal dan taktikal pelumba. Dengan ketinggian mencecah lebih 1,000 meter dari aras laut, pendakian panjang penuh selekoh tajam dan mencabar menjadikan Queen Stage sinonim dengan ujian ketahanan fizikal dan mental bagi pelumba. Inilah saat mereka benar-benar terasing melawan keletihan dan berjuang hingga ke garisan penamat. Seperti dijangka, pakar pendakian mengambil alih saingan seawal pendakian bermula. Pada perlumbaan yang bermula di Temerloh itu, pelumba dari Total Energies, Joris Dibov bertindak berani melakukan serangan solo ketika perlumbaan berbaki 1.6 km menuju garisan peramat di Bukit Fraser untuk mengungguli Queen Stage.
Je suis resté en bonne position quand on a tourné à droite sur la petite route. Pas trop devant parce qu'on monte quand même vite, donc fallait rester quand même au milieu du paquet, on va dire, pour pas prendre trop de vent. Et on a commencé à s'attaquer à 5 km de l'arrivée et je sentais que tout le monde était un peu à bout à 3 km. Donc j'étais dans la route de Johannessen et Vressard et puis j'ai décidé d'y aller. Je me suis dit il reste 1 km dur et après c'est plus roulant, donc j'ai tout mis et puis j'ai vu que j'avais fait le trou, donc j'ai monté à fond jusqu'à l'arrivée.
Kejayaan pelumba berasal dari Perancis itu turut menyaksikan beliau merampas jersey hijau dari pelumba sebelum ini, Matteo Malucelli dari XDS Astana.
C'est un accomplissement, on va dire, tout le travail que j'ai pu faire avant et surtout maintenant avec ma nouvelle équipe. Donc ils m'ont donné la confiance depuis le mois de juillet. J'ai fait ce que j'ai pu pour faire les meilleurs résultats possibles. Là, ils m'ont donné, on va dire, entre guillemets, ma chance pour faire le général et gagner cette étape. Donc je suis content de leur montrer qu'ils peuvent compter sur moi. Et puis voilà, c'est un accomplissement. J'avais gagné au Rwanda, c'était une classe 1, c'était une très belle victoire, mais je voulais remporter soit une belle victoire en France ou alors une pro série à l'étranger, donc c'est réussi. Donc mon année est plus que réussie.
Lebih manis, Dibov turut memahat nama dalam sejarah penamat ikonik Bukit Fraser selepas kali terakhir dimenangi pelumba Algeria, Youssouf Regragui, pada edisi 2015.
Bonjour, bonsoir, bonjour. Itu dia. Seronok kan dengan kat French kita nak kena belajar lah. Nanti nak pergi Eiffel Tower. Nak kayuh dekat Arc de Triomphe. Okey, baik. Joris Delbov. Tiba-tiba dia muncul semalam. Jadi kita duk target pendaki-pendaki yang lain. Tapi nama yang asing. Tiba-tiba dia muncul di Fraser.
Baik, Joris Dibov, pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energy. Ini merupakan perlumbaan kedua beliau memenangi peringkat. Yang sebelum ini dia juga pernah memenangi perlumbaan di Tour Ronda untuk peringkat. Jadi Joris Dibov, seperti yang Akbar sendiri katakan tadi, pelumba yang bukan kita target untuk memenangi peringkat semalam, tetapi untuk pasukan Total Energy ini, walaupun kita tahu mereka hanya berstatus Pro Tour, tetapi mereka menghantar pelumba-pelumba yang orang cakap mampu memberi saingan dan sudah pasti mereka ingin memenangi peringkat untuk pasukan Total Energy ini.
Ya, okey, itu yang mereka harapkanlah untuk mengharungi baki 3 peringkat. Okey, baik. Mengenang kembali 15 tahun lalu, LTdL edisi 2010 dari Mua ke Port Dickson. Penamatnya milik siapa? Anwar Manang.
Check it out.
Masa tu tim ginseng, minum ginseng lah kot.
Yes.
Adik Husaini nombor 12 masa tu. Okey. Hari ini bermula dari atas. Shah Alam ke Port Dickson 123.5.
Ya, betul.
Okey, kita naklah ulang tahun ke-15. Kita perlu bertempatan ni untuk berada dalam kelompok hadapan. Ada peluang?
Okey, baik, jika kita lihat 15 tahun lepas, Anwar Manan ataupun Check It Out, dia merupakan pelumba pertama Malaysia yang memenangi peringkat di PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi. Dan sudah pasti kita ingin kita mahu pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita mampu melakar sejarah sekali lagi.
Ya, 3 zon pecutan ini tidak ada zon pendakian. Jadi saya kira mungkin siapa lagi pelumba-pelumba Malaysia selain daripada TSD Ahmad Rosli yang mampu untuk Harif Saleh. Kita belum lagi dapat melihat penonjolan daripada pengayuh tegar Malaysia.
Okey, baik, sudah pasti. Antaranya kalau kita lihat semalam, Yusri Sa'ri daripada pasukan kebangsaan yang membuat pemecahan bersama Aiman. Hari ini kemungkinan besar, Akbar, ada can untuk Kizi ataupun pelumba-pelumba lain. Antaranya Elmi Jumari, Amir Kamal, dan juga sudah pasti Syahrul Mak Amin juga, Akbar. Harus diingat pelumba kalau ikutkan dia ni pelumba yang boleh dikatakan banyak pengalaman, merupakan pemenang pingat perak Sukan C 2017 di KL. Dan sebelum ni Syahrul Mak Amin juga hampir-hampir memenangi, berada di kedudukan top 3 untuk edisi PETRONAS LTdL yang lepas. Tak silap saya, stage tu berakhir di Putrajaya ketika itu.
Okey, baik. Tetapi kita harapkan hari ini akan ada sinar dari yang dibawakan oleh atlet-atlet basikal lebuh raya Malaysia untuk berada di podium. Itu yang kita harapkan. Okey, baik. Bagaimana keadaan di permulaan di Shah Alam? Jadi suasananya mendung pada pagi ini, ada setengah tempat tu hujan. Jadi nak tahu lebih lanjut, kita bersama dengan Lily Hamzah di Shah Alam. Silakan.
Baik, masuki peringkat ke-6 saingan Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025. Perlumbaan akan bermula daripada Shah Alam menuju ke Port Dickson dengan laluan sejauh 123.4 km yang menanti para pelumba. Dan inilah pentas yang cukup ideal buat pakar pecut untuk cuba mencari kemenangan dengan trek landai bebas dari segala pendakian. Sudah tentu kelajuan akan menjadi taruhan utamalah. Dan 3 zon pecutan disajikan dalam peringkat kali ini. Jadi kita boleh jangka akan saksikan strategi berani daripada pasukan tempatan. Dengan jarak sejauh 1tertiga.4 km itu, buat masa ini hujan renyai di sekitar Shah Alam. Jika cuaca panas menuju ke PD, ia akan jadi satu lagi cabaran lain buat para pelumba. But I think it's a good weather untuk semua pelumba memulakan perlumbaan mereka pada hari ini. Menghampiri Port Dickson pula nanti, angin sisi dari laut juga saya kira mampu memainkan peranan. Ini sering jadi perang taktikal antara pasukan apabila crosswind berlaku. Pecahan peloton terjadi dan membuatkan setengah pelumba bakal terperangkap di belakang. Dan nama pelumba-pelumba tempatan pastinya menjadi tumpuan. Antara yang dijangka ialah Izzat Hilmi dan Shazrin Awang dari pasukan APC. Selain pelumba berpengalaman Harif Saleh dan juga rakan sepasukannya Shazrin Awang untuk melakukan sesuatu untuk hari ini. Tidak ketinggalan juga Elmi Jumari yang mewakili skuad kebangsaan juga mahu membuktikan kemampuannya. Ini kerana buat barisan pelumba-pelumba kebangsaan sehingga kini masih belum ada apa-apa pencapaian dari mana-mana kategori. Justru peringkat kali ini mungkin menjadi ruang terbaik untuk mereka mencatat keputusan positif dan menamatkan penantian tersebut. Tekanan pastinya tinggi namun peluang itu tetap terbuka lah. Jadi teruskan bersama kami di saluran Astro Arena dan juga platform YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga Petronas LTdL 2025 untuk segala perkembangan terkini pelumba-pelumba tempatan dan juga antarabangsa. Dan berikan sokongan anda dengan #BeatTheHit.
Jangan lupa #BeatTheHit. Terima kasih Lila Hamzah. Kepada anda semua yang ingin memuat naik apa-apa caption, gambar ataupun video di mana-mana platform media sosial, jangan lupa sekali untuk letakkan #BeatTheHit. Kerana Petronas LTdL Langkawi ini dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN dengan tajaan daripada Petronas. Kita berehat seketika, jangan ke mana-mana, kembali selepas ini.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mercer Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Okey, kita berada di finishing line di Kemaman. Lily sempat bertemu dengan Encik Muhammad Akmal Faiq, iaitu pengurus teknikal bagi penjeraman Maltel. Hai, apa khabar?
Hai, bila baik.
Okey, kita nak tanyakanlah untuk Maltel dan LTdL, Petronas LTdL tahun 2025 ni, apa peranan you guys untuk saingan musim tahun ini?
Itu peranan Maltel yang sebenarnya kami memberikan kemudahan ataupun service communication, walkie-talkie dan sebagainya. So, walkie-talkie ni basically untuk pemisah dan juga technical bike semula. Jadi kami akan kami juga ada support in case kami punya server down atau apa-apa lah. So, basically so far korang punya service kepada radio lah.
Okey, mungkin ada orang yang dekat luar sana tak berapa familiar dengan penjeramaan Maltel sendiri. Tapi apa yang Encik Akmal nak mereka kenal Maltel ni?
Okay, Maltel ni sebuah syarikat yang memberikan kemudahan ataupun supply communication. Dan kami banyaklah so far kejohanan-kejohanan antaranya golf kebangsaan dan sebagainya. So basically kami nak orang mengenali Maltel sebagai first communication untuk peringkat-peringkat kebangsaan dan juga antarabangsa.
Usually memang related to sports
basically kita orang pun banyak sepada golf, ada juga MotoGP dan sebagainya.
Okey, Encik Akmal, untuk saingan Petronas LTdL ni, berapa unit yang digunakan dan apa jenis alat komunikasi yang digunakan?
Kami memberikan dua jenis. Yang pertama portable sebanyak 350 dan juga ada mobile dalam 60 biji. Jadi kami memberikan servis untuk portable dan mobile.
Alright, hopefully Maltel boleh bekerjasama lagi dalam saingan-saingan berprestij yang ada di Malaysia ni. Thank you so much, Encik Akmal.
Okey, baik. Sebenarnya ada ramai syarikat-syarikat penaja yang turut bersama-sama untuk menjayakan Petronas Le Tour di Langkawi 2025 ini. Syabas dan terima kasih kepada semua penaja-penaja yang berganding bahu untuk menjadikan penganjuran edisi ke-29 ini satu realiti. Baik, sebelum mereka berkayuh dari Shah ke Port Dickson, kita nak bincangkan antara pelumba-pelumba yang berpotensi mungkin sama ada pelumba Asia ataupun pelumba daripada Eropah dan sebagainya. Baik, kita nak mulakan dengan Nur Aiman Rosli. Adik Gusani semalam dia menamatkan peringkat yang kelima di tangga ke-101. Walaupun kita dapat lihat dia berada kat depan grup leader semalam, juga dapat satu zon pecutan, satu zon pendakian. Akhirnya ditamatkan kayuhan tempat 101. Untuk Asia Best Rider kategori yang Asia tu, setakat ni Aiman Rosli tempat ke-41. Wah, jadi graf tu nampak menurun sedikit untuk Aiman Rosli.
Baik, Aiman Rosli seperti yang kita tahu, kemungkinan besar memang suka untuk beliau merampas ataupun memegang jersey terbaik Asia, itu jersey rakan muda, untuk kekal sehingga peringkat ke-8, kerana Akbar sendiri tahu bukan senang untuk memenangi jersey putih, jersey terbaik Asia ni. Dulu saya pun pernah menang 2016. Ketika itu pun bukan mudah, Akbar, kerana saya hanya perbezaan saya dengan pelumba yang berada di kedudukan kedua hanya 2 saat saja, Akbar. Jadi bagi saya, Aiman Rosli, apa yang saya lihat di sini, dia akan cuba untuk memenangi peringkat. Dan sekali lagi hari ini, Akbar, apa yang menarik, sudah pasti Aiman Rosli akan cuba membuat pemecahan seperti hari-hari yang sebelum ini dan cuba untuk mengutip seberapa banyak poin-poin, dan di situlah kita akan lihat nanti kemungkinan besar Aiman akan berada di kedudukan 5 terbaik untuk jersey oren tajaan KBS untuk kategori Raja Pecut, Akbar.
Okey, baik. Itu tentang Muhammad Nur Aiman Rosli, dan kita harapkan untuk baki 3 peringkat perlombaan ini lagi, dia akan mampu untuk menonjol. Sebab kalau kita tengok, dia sangat konsisten untuk merebut zon pecutan. Kalau kita lihat daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Kemaman pun, dia dapat zon pecutan dan juga dapat zon pendakian, begitu juga semalam. Tetapi pengakhirannya itu yang kita nak yang lebih baik daripada Aiman. Kita masih lagi menantikan pelumba-pelumba tempatan untuk naik ke podium di setiap peringkat perlumbaan. Okey, baik. Semalam Andrien Meh. Andrien Meh ni. Dia French kena Meh di tangga yang ketiga. Menamatkan perlumbaan di tangga yang ketiga semalam. Jadi bagaimana kita lihat kemampuan dia untuk memberikan cabaran sekali lagi hari ini.
Baik, Andrien Meh kalau aku ingat dia merupakan pelumba most competitive rider pada peringkat pertama. Dan kita boleh lihat juga Andrien Meh pandai membuat pemecahan. Dia mempunyai kelebihan membuat pemecahan, dan kita lihat semalam dia juga berada di dalam kedudukan 10 terbaik untuk peringkat yang kelima semalam. Jadi Andrien Meh, pelumba daripada pasukan Unibet ini memang harus diberi tumpuan, kerana kalau kita lihat di sini dia dengan Joris Delboff cuma perbezaan 6 saat saja antara beliau dan juga Joris Delboff. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar Andrien Meh akan cuba untuk mencuri masa ataupun mendekatkan masa beliau dengan Joris Delboff di dalam zoom pejutan yang ditawarkan 3 peringkat yang akan datang ini.
Okey, baik, itu cerita mengenai Andrien Meh. Uno X Mobility, kita terpaksalah melupakan Alexander Kristoff sebab tak muncul-muncul lumba ini untuk berada di hadapan. Sebaliknya rakan sepasukannya iaitu Anders Hallen Jonassen. Dia semalam berada pada kedudukan yang kedua untuk GC di belakang Joris Delboff. Jadi apakah dia akan meneruskan penampilan hebatnya untuk baki 3 peringkat perlumbaan ni, Adik?
Okey, sudah pasti Anders Hallen, pelumba daripada pasukan United ini, beliau juga sebelum ni dilihat memang menjadi contender untuk GC rider untuk pasukan United, dan sudah pasti kita lihat semalam antaranya Librika dan juga Alexander Kristoff mendahului peloton. Ini menunjukkan komitmen dan juga kemahuan tim pasukan United ini untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan, jersey hijau tajaan Petronas. Jadi di sini kita lihat dia dengan Andrien Meh, dia mengumpul masa yang sama. Perbezaan dia cuma 6 saat saja dengan Joris Delboff. Jadi kalau bagi saya boleh katakan 3 perlumbaan yang akan datang ni akan lebih sengit untuk kita lihat, kerana ini adalah merupakan salah satu perlumbaan yang saya cakap memang sengitlah dia punya perebutan jersey utama.
Ya, betul. Jadi sebenarnya saya rasakan semalam tu turning pointnya sebab semalam zon pendakian yang tinggi. Tapi dia tak boleh nak jangka sebab hari ini takut berlaku lagi perubahan kerana hari ini pakar-pakar pecut akan menunjukkan diri mereka. Baik, tadi kita dah sebut tentang Alexander Kristoff. Dia seorang legend berkayuh di Grand Tour, di Tour de France, menang peringkat. Tapi ialah walaupun usia dah hampir 40, kita nak dia buat history, tapi setakat ini masih belum ada. Jadi kita ada temu bual bersama dengan legenda pelumba basikal jelajah ini, iaitu Alexander Kristoff dari pasukan Uno X Mobility.
Second places already for your team, including yesterday in the uphill finish. Are you still satisfied with the performances?
We are going here for wins, so second places are not 100%, but we performed quite well. Of course, Anders is quite close in the GC, only 6 seconds, so maybe on bonus seconds is still a possibility, but it's a bit far. And for the rest of the sprint stages, we have missed a little bit. We have been close, but Maldocheli have been too fast, so we have still a few opportunities to maybe get the win. But yeah, yesterday I felt really good, but today I have fever, so I hope I'm better for tomorrow and the next day after, because today I feel not good.
If you don't feel good, does it mean probably Erlen Blikra will be your sprinter today?
Yeah, he has also been struggling in the last days, but I think he's feeling a bit better now already, so for the moment, yeah, I don't think I am able to sprint, so Alan is also very fast, so we will try with him, and hopefully I can manage to help him a little bit, that I maybe feel a bit better towards the final.
3 days to reach 100. Is it still somewhere in your mind?
Of course, I have in the back of my mind, but with the feeling I have now, I kind of is no chance. But maybe tomorrow it's out of the body again. Maybe I hope it's just was this night I wake up and I feel really bad. So yeah, maybe I wake up tomorrow night and I feel really good again.
Lycka till.
Thank you.
Okey, ini adalah merupakan kayuhan di LTdL ni adalah merupakan kayuhan terakhir Alexander Kristoff dan sebab ni dia akan bersara dan sudah pasti ramai pasukan yang nak ambil beliau lah. Okey, baik, sebelum saya tanya last soalan tu Adik, nak update sikit best Asian team setakat ini. Selepas 5 peringkat, nampaknya MPC Malaysia Pro Cycling mengatasi TSG. MPC tangga ke-4, sementara itu TSG di tangga yang ke-7. Wow, MPC. Baik, Adik, usai ni, jangkaan hari ni untuk penamat di Dickson.
Baik, jangkaan hari ni boleh saya ringkaskan kerana kita ada lebih kurang 3 minit lagi sebelum permulaan. Jadi mungkin saya boleh katakan di sini perlombaan hari ni perebutan jersey utama akan diteruskan antaranya Andrea May dan juga Ellen Helen daripada pasukan Unit dan sudah pasti pelumba-pelumba yang lain juga antaranya yang berada di kedudukan top 5 antaranya Cedric dan juga Yenes Fawcett daripada pasukan Tudor ini sudah pasti akan memberi saingan dan cuba untuk mengutip extra time bonus di setiap kejutan yang ditawarkan.
Okey, baik, terima kasih Adi Usani Osman. Nampaknya Shah Alam telah pun bersedia walaupun hujan ataupun mendung. Masih lagi berarak di bumi Shah Alam. Tapi kita akan tetap meneruskan aksi yang terbaik kayuhan daripada kesemua pelumba-pelumba untuk mengharungi peringkat yang ke-6 Petronas Leto di Langkawi 2025. Let's beat the heat. Selamat menonton bersama dengan Izzuan Maknoy dan Adik Husaini Osman.
We have done 5 stages so far across many different states in this year's edition of Tour Langkawi. Now we are back in Shah Alam for stage 6 from Shah Alam to Port Dickson with 123.5 kilometer. Before that, we forgot. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Yeah.
Zausan.
Selamat datang. Yeah.
Yeah. Bonjour. Buenos dias.
Yeah.
For the Spanish teams.
Yes. For the Japanese team, Ohayo gozaimasu.
Yeah, there you go. Annyeonghaseyo. For the KSPO.
Yeah, that's right.
We're trying to get as many languages because we obviously have a lot of participants from different countries. So, well, unfortunately, we don't know every language.
Yeah.
But certainly, we welcome all the viewers. And once again, joining us for stage 6, another exciting finish waiting us at Port Dickson.
Yeah.
And is that just give us a summary of yesterday, what happened, and certainly there was a lot of jersey changing hands.
Yeah, so a lot of things happened. Obviously, everyone's pretty upset about the coverage, but it is what it is. The way the telecommunication tower was designed is completely blocked by the Fraser's Hill. So for those of you that are there as well, you do notice that you don't have your telco line as well. You don't have your internet access as well, but it is what it is. That's just unfortunate. But yeah, a lot of change, and I believe what caught me by surprise, the ability of Joris Delbov from Total Energies to flip their, Tour Langkawi around from many missed sprints in the first early stages. Finally, they win with Joris Delbov to finally score the general classification for today, and he is now the race leader. And before we continue, here in the live feed, they have just started the flag off. A bit of a drizzle this morning. That was the general classification change. Top 3 general classification also have changed. We now have 3 podium contenders. We have Joris Delbo from Total Energies, Anders Johannesson from Uno X, who also happens to got second yesterday, and then Adrian Mayer from Rockets, Unibet Titama Rockets, who for their first Tour Langkawi, it's pretty impressive result. And then going into the points classification and also King of the Mountain classification, there isn't much change. Still the same rider, Patrick Addy with the Bubbles 02 King of the Mountain, and Matteo Malucelli. Now, finally, he loves the orange jersey. Today, he's wearing the orange jersey for the KBS points classification, and a change in the podium of the best Asian rider. Now, hold on by XDS Astana rider Nikola Vinokurov, the son of Alexander Vinokurov. Yes, so that's pretty much some of the major changes after yesterday's stage. Although it's a mountain stop finish, Denny, it is just over 44 km/h average yesterday's stage, so it's still pretty fast one.
Yeah, that was fast and furious. The moment the guys hit at the bottom of the climb, and they were just drilling it, trying to catch the breakaway, because yesterday there was 7 rider in the breakaway, then shrink down to eventually included Ayman Rosalie of the Trengganu cycling team, but eventually shrink down just 2 rider, one from Total Energy, Nicola Marcelos, and also from Unibet Zeb Griffin, and that 2 rider trying to keep ahead of the peloton as long as they could, and before they got reeled in. And I think Confama did a lot of work, did some of the work at the front, and I think everyone at Unibet also. But however, it was Total Energy, Jairus Debov, and he attacked on the steeper part of the I think couple kilometer. We didn't get the visual, but talking to the riders, and he attacked. There was a lot of attack and counter attack. Obviously, everybody was watching the favor Johannesson of the Uno X team, but then. And then eventually, that Joris did the launch and attack couple kilometers from the finish before the flatter part, and then the last 1 or 2 kilometer, it was a sort of a flat downhillish run in, and then he kept the pace and finished just 2 seconds ahead of the chasing bunch of probably about 10 riders, including Johannesson, who got second. And then the Tudor, Yanis from the Tudor Pro team actually got Pro Cycling team and got 3rd. However, I think Adrian Mayer had the intermediate bonuses from the earlier stage 1, where we mistaken his name from
Baptiste Villiers.
Yeah, Baptiste Villiers, because he had a different number. But however, I'm wondering if that's a tactic.
Oh yeah, maybe it was. Yeah,
of Adrian Mayer to slip away, and then taking half that bonus second, and now putting him in the 3rd. However, the race are still here we go. Here's a look up.
Stage 6 from Charlam to Port Dickson, a slightly shorter stage, 123.5 km with few sprint points. First one in Jinjarum with 25 k's in. Not far after that, about 10 k's after in Banting at kilometer 36.9. And then they will be riding on the coastal of Selangor to Sungai Pelik for the 3rd intermediate sprints in 85.6 km before they reach in Port Dickson. A shorter stage for today, we're expecting it to be roughly around 3 hours of racing. A drizzly weather for sure. We're looking at quite a windy finish, considering it's by the coast. Here is the course profile, quite flat, a little bit of a roller towards the end, and they will have a little bit of a run-in heading towards the finishing straight. Quite a drizzly weather today, and I made my way to the hotel yesterday, Danny. I think we both did. We made to the hotel, Concord, just to want to see the riders. You know, they've been quite far away from where we are doing the commentary, so now they're in Shah Alam, which is not far from where the studio is. I guess sponsored by the Malaysian National Sports Council. And we were there. I was lucky enough to chat to some of the riders. Some of them actually were asking, like, most of the stages have been starting at 11 o'clock, right? So, but unfortunately, no, I guess they were asking like why does the stage start early today? So I relate to them, you know, because it's Friday, you know, and majority of the staffs are Muslims, and some of the local riders are Muslim. So they want to finish the stage before 12 so that they can go and do their Friday prayers, which normally happens around that 1:30 p.m. So slightly different, I guess, tentative compared to other races overseas. So I guess that's one of the uniqueness of PETRONAS Sri Lankawi being held in, I guess, Malaysia, a Muslim country.
Yeah, but then they can finish the stage early, and it's Friday. They can go out and jalan-jalan and go to the shop.
Enjoy the beach.
Enjoy the beach.
Dickson, yeah.
Enjoy the beach, or go watch a movie.
That's true.
But in all seriousness, but however, you know, it seems like you know, we definitely have a change of the leader's jersey. But however, just want to point out the second and third place are are actually equal on time, and they are just 6 seconds behind the above. So as we expected in the discussion earlier, that even though this year we don't have the Genting Highland, that's going to separate the pure climbers and putting in probably like a 30-second to up to a minute plus time gap, the race is going to come down to seconds, and that's what exactly happened after the Fraser Hill finish. That the leader, Debov, is only 6 seconds ahead of Johannesson, which is sitting on second, but that's equal in time with Adrian Mayer. So they're talking about you know, the interview with Johannesson yesterday after the race, and they were asking him whether or not he's satisfied with the second position, or whether or not they're going to try to go for the bonus seconds. He said indeed they came here for win. Certainly they're trying to get Christoph the victory in the 100. But even 99 is difficult to achieve, because we obviously have two very good sprinters in this race. That's Maricelli and of the XDS, Dana, and also Evan Decline of Tudor, who right now is 3-1, right? So you have 3 victory by Maricelli and 1 victory by Evan Decline. So Uno X has been knocking on doors, has been close, but would it be nice to finish off with finally a stage win for either Brickler or Christoph, and also taking the yellow jersey, taking the green jersey, Petronas green jersey of this year's edition by the end of the race. You know, wouldn't that be a nice finale for Uno X Mobility team?
Oh yes, for sure. As much as we are expecting Christoph to win the sprint stage today, we heard an interview from Jeff just now on site. So Christoph is not feeling super well today. He's suffering from a little bit of a fever. I've had a chat with some of the riders yesterday. Some of them actually, I mean, a lot of them actually are having some kind of sickness. I mean, I totally understand, being the riding condition that these riders have had to go through in the last couple of days. It's been continuously hot and rain. So it's a quite strenuous, I guess, condition for the body, and I totally understand. Yeah, it's just a thing that's going on. Some of them had to rush to the hospital in the middle of the night. You know, I was talking to some of the staff at the hotel yesterday. Yeah, it's been a tough one. Obviously, the course isn't, I guess, specifically super tough, but the weather condition has definitely caused some toll on the rider's body in this year's edition of Sri Lankawi.
Right, and that's you know, typical. That's what happened in this tropical weather. You have suddenly 35 degrees sunny and hot, and then suddenly you have a massive downpour. Yeah. So just looking at the front of the race, we see Daniel Whitehouse in his St. George color and a black helmet, and I think he's and then together with another rocket rider on the lining up in the front. I think they're gonna try to. They had a good result yesterday, but certainly it's not a victory that they were looking at. So they have guys. So obviously Adrian Mayer is sitting third on the GC, and I think they're gonna probably try to launch another rocket up the road earlier today and just try to disrupt the race. No, we talk about we're expecting the race to be it's a flat race. There's no KOM points today. But so it's likely to be a bunch finish. However, it is a short stage. It's 123 kilometer, and you know, we have seen it in the past. Obviously, last year, Stefan de Bon and
Manuel Tarozzi.
Manuel Tarozzi, yes, from the Badian
yeah,
team. Yeah, there's
the
the two.
bot was EF. He was EF
last year. Right. This year he's riding with the Trengano cycling team, but unfortunately he's not here in the race due to an injury. But the two men survived exactly. It was stage 6.
Yep,
and survived the breakaway, and it was a shorter stage. And typically shorter stage, rider have to put on the maximum effort for just a couple hours, and they did survive, just a few seconds ahead of the charging peloton. But I also want to shout out, today's stage finished in Port Dickson, and Port Dickson 15 years ago. 15 years ago.
What was I doing 15 years ago? I'm still at school.
Okay, all right. Cool. So I know what I was doing 15 years ago. I was driving the team car in the team Dickson.
Team car for which rider are we talking about 15 years ago?
Malaysian legend Anwar Manan.
Yeah.
And that was from Moa to Port Dickson. I was driving the team car. We were riding for the Korean team, Gumsan Jinseng, and together with Shinichi Fukushima, who has been a major part of the Trengano cycling team, the starting of it. And Shinichi also broke his collarbone, he couldn't race, but we were in the team car, and Anwar was fighting with Michael Matthew, which is a fantastic rider. Not only in that particular race, but later on, he's still riding in the World Tour for many years, and he has certainly won some really big races. So
yeah, Michael Matthews just got the world champion for team time.
There you go. So we were actually fighting with him and trying to get the first victory for Malaysian in the Tour de Langkawi, even though we were not in the Trengano cycling team. But that victory into more brought in the first victory for Malaysian in the Tour de Langkawi, and that was probably I was already 14 years after the inception. So that was and that sort of spurred, and that to be honest, that victory prompt the Trengano state government to take a huge notice in setting up our own cycling team, and that eventually, and that's what exactly happened, because Anwar Manan won the stage, and the Trengano cycling team started with the junction of Shinichi Fukushima and myself, and then we decided to let's put up a team representing Trengano State, and since the Trengano is a land of cyclists, and that's how it sort of started. And I can still recall, if I were to replay that day how we won the stage. I mean, hair still goes up standing back on my neck, because that's how it was. Nervous, it was exciting, and when he finally got to pass and won the victory, and I think I slammed the steering wheels or the side of the door of the car so hard, I think I probably created a dent on the car. So, but that was well-earned victory by Anwar Manan, who I think is part of the the race convoy, and he's doing some interviews. So if he listened to us, shout out to Anwar Manan, and he's coaching the Trengano MSN.
Oh yes,
so he's passing out, and it's so good to see ex Trengano riders just passing on their knowledges, their expertise to the next generation of cyclists, because we hope someday, and maybe possibly today, Hamdan or a rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling or Malaysia national team goes out again and to seek of glories, and we certainly hope that Harif Saleh is the second. Ever since Anwar Manan won the first stage, Harif Saleh have won 3 Langkawi stages. So obviously, when you see a compatriot and you see someone that you grew up with, racing with, and win a big races like Tour de Langkawi, it certainly inspired the next generation of riders and said, well, if my friend can do it, and I probably can do it. And certainly Harif Saleh done a great job by winning 3 stage victory. And then we hope we're waiting for the next superstar from Malaysia.
Oh yes.
And so we'll go again at the front of the peloton right now. We can see a Malaysian rider hiding in between. That's Rambal. He did okay, not bad yesterday in the climb.
For sure.
And I think it was top 5 or 5 or 6 in the Asian classification. We said the rain seems to be was stopped, but at the start, but it seems like there's still a lot of water on the road.
Like it's probably raining at the moment. It's drizzling as well. Yeah, it is really raining. So looking at, I just look at the weather forecast. Port Dickson also looking to be expected to be drizzly, but let's see how it goes. So it might. I mean, we are fortunate enough that the finishing straight isn't as technical as the last two stages. It's just pretty much a straight run in, a drag race for 5 kilometer. Let's see if it's going to be starting soon. Looks like it's still. Let's see. That's the flag off. That is the flag off from the commissaire, signifying that's the start of the race. It's wet at the moment, but it's getting wild in front of the race. Breakaway attempts is going from the center of the peloton. 123.5 kilometer. I think this is going to be a very interesting stage, Danny, considering that the time gap between the podium finishes of the general classification is so close. These teams are not going to get the breakaway go, or potentially they're going to send some riders being in the breakaway to either take up as much point as possible, or like what happened last year, Maxwell himself went into the breakaway to score some more time bonuses. So here some few riders in front here. We see probably 7-8 riders already in the front of the race trying to establish a breakaway. It's a rainy day for today after a sunny one yesterday. So Danny, look at the peloton. Yeah, immediately another breakaway. Pelotons are chasing as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast and an active one because the short stages and then wet roads, and that certainly spurs a lot of potential opportunities. And look like Malaysian, is that a Malaysian rider?
It's like
KZE right there with his blue toe cover.
That's right,
to shut off some rain and block off some wind. So he did well yesterday. Finished, I think it was around the 4th or the 5th. He was just behind Rumball and a couple minutes down from the general classification. So it is possible. Now we also want to point out TotalEnergies has only 5 riders since Jason Tusson he was DNS, I think, due to the stomach bug.
That's right.
So there are only 5 riders, so it means 4 riders is going to work trying to control the peloton, preventing the Uno X and also Unibet rider from trying to take the bonus second. So we shall see how this situation will play out. Or is Team XDS Astana going to come to the front and control it for another sprint victory for Malocelli? So there's no question. Alva Decline is fast. But so far, in terms of head-to-head competition, Malocelli has still having an advantage of the sprint, and whether or not Berkeley, who did a lot of work yesterday on the climb, is he going to kind of contest for another victory, or his teammate Christoph is going to try to fight for the victory number 99?
For sure. I mean, judging from the look of the profile here, potentially Erlen Brickra. We had an interview where Alexander Christoph prefers something a little bit harder, where the stage has sort of like wear down many of his competitors. So that sort of sprint suits him. So he's potentially looking at the KLCC stage because where the finish ends with 2 major climbs. I guess 2 climbs that are quite punchy. So here another attempt from 7-Eleven Click to re-establish another breakaway, followed by St. George, a continental rider, Senlan Bao, Malaysian national rider. But Uno X is closing the gap at the back with another rider from Bardiani just behind him. Akipo Confama actually trying to close the gap. They are riding into the town of Klang, which is the royalty town of Selangor. And just a shout out as well, the Prince just had his marriage yesterday.
Oh, okay.
The Prince of Selangor, who is very much involved in the grassroots development of cycling in the state of Selangor.
Right.
He's, I guess, the founder of the Selangor Youth Foundation. Also, part of Selangor Youth Foundation is called the Cycling Selangor.
Right.
So they do a lot of development and grassroots for I guess young kids cycling from the school level. Looks like there, Azizul Hasni Awang on the billboard.
Oh yeah, here we go. We talk about a Malaysian legend from Donggong. On the stage 3 we talk. No, it's stage 4 we talk about that. Yes. There you go. He's here we go again. Look like Ki Zi Ying just again in the breakaway and trying to get away from the chasing peloton, but it's still very active. And it was immediately in the earlier attack. Immediately the Uno X rider is just shutting down the gap. So it looks like they want to make sure it comes down to a bunch sprint or possibly relaunch launch one of their rider, Johannesson, trying to get the bonus second, because today the bonus sprints come out fairly early, 25k into the race. So another 20k. And plus, and then there's another intermediate sprint at 36.9 kilometer from the start.
They're pretty close to each other.
To each other, and that was probably designed by the race organizer because they expected the race to come down to a close finish on the Fraser Hill. So they may put up a couple intermediate sprints just for the rider to contest. The top GC rider to contest for the intermediate, and I think here goes Bokel's rider.
Yep, and looks like Wojtek again.
Yeah, look, Wojtek.
Yeah, Wojtek.
He was on the attack yesterday. Then today he's back on the front again.
He was on the breakaway yesterday and the day before, and today again.
Yeah,
Wojtek.
But I think Uno X is really Uno X rider is on the front and trying to shut down the breakaway attempt, because once the breakaway goes and the bonus second would be swallowed up, it would be less chance for Johannesson trying to take the bonus second and the time and the race lead. They're quickly to shut down right there.
Yes, back again in one group. It's strung out, Denny. The peloton is really going super fast at the moment. 119.1 kilometer. They've only done about 5 kilometers of racing almost. Yes, it's been super aggressive with all these big teams that are now fighting for seconds of general classification time.
Yeah, I can see the Uno X rider on the front. It obviously shows their experience and shows their class as being one of the top pro teams. They're just they're waiting for the gap to open up and see who is chasing. And now there's another 7-Eleven rider, and immediately a Uno X on the front again, just shutting it down. So they are not, they just whenever there's someone goes and then they go out to the front and to keep the pace high and then to bring back the brake just steadily and slowly. And so just to signal other riders that there's no one allowed to go away.
Immediately counter-attack by rider from Nusantara. Joined again by 7-Eleven Click rider. See if they could get a gap.
And if I were the DS of teams, then I'd say just wait a little longer. And I think you're probably going to have to wait after the first 2 intermediate sprint before the brake was going to be let go in today's race. So we shall see. We shall see if Uno X keep on chase down any breakaway attempt. Meanwhile, talk about breakaway attempt. The one of the race most aggressive rider, Ayman Rosli, is sitting in the back today. He seems like not so interested in getting involved in the break today. And here go Malaysia. That's the Malaysian national team with 7-Eleven. With another Nusantara from Indonesia and a Hong Kong rider.
That's right.
Followed by, well, of course, Uno X rider just sitting behind, not taking a turn. And that's, I think that signals everyone that they are intending to fight out for the intermediate sprint and bonus second. And we see here, trying to get a look who is the Malaysian rider attempting. But everybody are together. We just covered the first approximately 5K, a little more than 5K of the race, 6K of race. Everyone are together.
Another attempt by KZ Yi, followed by 7-Eleven Click rider. He's not settling down. He's a small rider, but super aggressive racing in today's stage. We've seen him attempt it. This is his 3rd breakaway attempt. Just behind the 7-Eleven rider, a rider from Thailand Continental Cycling Team about to join the other 2 riders. But then again, we see just behind there, Uno X rider again. Looks like they're tagging team with his teammates to chase down the breakaway, making sure that the bonus seconds is within reach for Anders Johannesson.
Yeah, and not only they are fighting, Johannesson is trying to get the bonus second, but we're looking further down in the GC, like the top, I would say the top 11, I mean top 5 to the 10th riders, and they are all very close in the point. I mean, there are a bunch of riders that has the same exact time gap to the leader. So they're going to be fight out for the minor places in the general classification.
Yeah, easily. That probably improved basically the placing from 6th to 10th are the same with 14 seconds gap to Joris Delbove.
Yep.
So yeah, they're going to have some pretty significant competition there, and also considering that the top 3 as well, 2nd and 3rd have the same time gap. So it's a little bit of a threat for Anders Johannesson towards Adrian Mayer from Rocket Unibets. They both have 6 seconds gap between them to Joris Delbove.
Yeah.
So it's a tight one, pretty much like how it played out last year. The fight for GC is going to be pretty much going on until the final stage. So here we are, still in the town of Klang, making their way towards Port Dickson, 115.9 kilometer. Here is Picnic Post NL in front here, just controlling the pace. No breakaway attempt just yet. Two world teams in front there, Uno X and also a rider from Picnic Post NL.
Yeah, Klein is also a quite famous town. There's a lot of the shipping and shipping industry are located at, and that's a town famous for Chinese cuisine, bak kut teh.
Yeah.
That's like a pork rib soup that's cooked in tea. It's a very flavorful and supposed to be nutritious for the Chinese viewer out there. So if you are hungry for some bak kut teh lunch, this is a good place to come here for some pork soup.
That's underscore Seth just in front there, driving the pace with Uno X rider just behind him. Sorry, with the two-door pro cycling rider behind him.
Yeah, so they show their intent that they are not letting any breakaway go until my reckoning will be until after the 2nd intermediate sprint. So I think for riders who has breakaway ambitions, I would say just wait until after the 2nd intermediate sprint, because you have only about 80 kilometers to the finish, shorter stage, then a shorter, so you can warm up or tag along for the ride for the time being. But I think after the 2nd intermediate sprint, that's your best chance for getting away to the finish. It's shorter, it's going to be a little bit easier, then you put on the maximum effort for 2 hours, and then there is a high chance of finishing ahead of the charging peloton.
Oh yes, for sure. And also considering after the intermediate sprint points, there's a couple of junctions as well that you can some of the riders can use to their advantage to get away from the peloton.
Yeah.
So here is peloton have pretty much calmed down now, 114.3 kilometers. At the moment, the riders are actually going through the town of Klang. They're with 114. Yes, they just passed the town of Klang, and then from there they're going to head towards a place called Teluk Panglima Garang in Banting.
Yeah, we see on the back here a rider from Elkin, Christian Elkin. Yeah, he actually did pretty well yesterday. From Norway, riding for Unibet Rocket team. So he's also pretty high in the general. I should be pretty high in the general classification. There we go.
Oh, King, yep. Yeah, I believe they have 3 riders in the top 10 or top 5. Let's just have a quick look.
He finished number 7 yesterday.
Yep.
And just behind, a couple of spots behind Adrian Mayer, who finished 5th. So they definitely do. They have. They did say in the interview that they have 3 riders in the 3 in the top 10, and they came here with they don't come with a sprinter, so they came with a full GC teams, and Zeb was in Zeb number 66 was in the breakaway yesterday. Then did a lot of the work, shared a lot of the work with the Total Energy. But now then, certainly the work paid off, and they have 3 riders in the top 10. And that's certainly a very good position for them.
General classification as of yesterday's stage, we have Adrian Mayer 3rd, and then we have
Elkin.
Let's see, we have Cedric Christopherson from also, of course, Unibet Rockets, and just King is just shy of top 10. He's 12th at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, same time gap. Basically, we're talking about same time gap. So basically, from 6th all the way to 15th.
Okay.
Yeah, riders have same time gap, 14 seconds. It's gonna be a hard battle for top 10 as well, Denny. For top 10 for general
it is going to be a hard battle.
Yeah,
you know,
especially for these like pro teams, or even continental teams that are present here. So yeah, it's going to be a hard battle. Obviously for World Tour teams, they're obviously aiming for top 3, but I think for these smaller teams, your pro teams or continental teams, being in the top 10 is a big deal in a 2-point pro.
Well, there's a lot of
Travel
points,
County.
right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of points and accumulated through this, and that everyone is fighting for the top 30 ranking and classification. One is trying to get an invitation to the Grand Tours. So when you have multiple riders in the top 10, so you're going to collect. Sometimes collect more points than the guys. You know, if you have one rider in the higher general classification, but if you have 3 in the top 10, that may collect more cumulative points than one individual rider. So obviously that's their intention, and they have done the job well, and they have 3 close to the top 10. So I think they are certainly going to trying to get up as high as many places as possible, and also never know. You know, maybe Adrian Mayer has a very good kick, then he can try to go for the intermediate bonuses, and he can move up. Just 1 second will help them move up from the current position. You know, from 3rd to the 2nd. And I'm sure Johannesson of the Uno X Mobility are not going to let that go easy, because he's aiming at the top spot.
Oh yes,
so
for sure. Yeah.
The races are heating up, and even though we're looking at some rains and splashes, look like is it Rumball having a puncture? He was just stamping on the wheels and just to see if there's tires. So in the rain, you are more likely to get a flat and puncture.
Yeah.
Why is that?
So normally, what would happen is that a lot of the road debris. I guess we need to understand like how I guess rainwater moves everything around, so it will normally wash things, for example, from the side of the road, especially now they're racing on the main road, so there's a lot of like how do I say, like sharp pins from the, I guess, heavy vehicles tire, like your lorry, your trucks and stuff, that could have been dropped there, and then it would have made their way towards the middle of the road, and that could have caused puncture as well. And then also potentially, now that you ride, because when you're riding in the rain, you're increasing the rolling resistance as well, because now that increase the rolling resistance, because the tire have to first fling the water up before doing contact to the road. So whatever that have been on the water while the process of the tire flinging the water up could have made its way to the tire, and then on the ride pressure and the tire, I guess the thorn or make its way into the rain. And speaking of raining as well, so normally riders would opt for a slightly lower tire pressure to increase the contact patch on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's key. Obviously, in this particular stage, it's not super critical, considering it's not super technical. But yeah, so it's just it's always good to be safe. You know, when you have
tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Able to get up and get on the bike, because sometimes you see the riders crash and then the first instinct they're trying to get back onto the race as soon as possible, and then get back on the bike as soon as possible to make sure they ride for a couple kilometers to ensure that to find out if they're injured or not injured. But he did certainly stay on the ground for quite a long time. Meanwhile, in the front, Uno X is still driving the pace, and obviously they are fighting for the overall classification. I don't think they're just trying to drop Malucelli because he has crashed. I don't know if they have the information that he has crashed, but he's not the overall race leader. He's a points leader. And they are, and the guys here, Uno X, are trying to take the intermediate sprints.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For their Johannesson.
Yeah, for sure. Malucelli is in a very comfortable position in the points classification compared to the second placing. But yeah, for him to keep the orange jersey, he needs to finish the race, of course.
Yep.
Let's just hope he's okay. At least getting back, he could get back to race and finish off the stage. Although even though he might not be able to go for the sprint or for the win today, but yeah, fingers crossed, he's okay.
So yeah, I think maybe what happened is there was a rise in the road, so some rider maybe slowed down a little bit, and then there was a touch of wheels, and he was just in a bad position and a bad time. So it is very unfortunate. Let's hope he can get back. Now still there's a quite long way.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the contest for today's stage, obviously, but that's certainly here we go again, another attack from 7-Eleven. My advice to you is save the bullet for a little later, because I don't think you're going to get away from the Uno X and Uno X team right now.
Yeah, and then obviously trying to attack in a dead straight road is a pretty bad idea as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, it's, at least he's trying. He's trying to show his color and trying to show his team color and the bikes and the equipment. So obviously he's doing his job.
Yeah.
But I think the chance of succeed is probably less than 1%. And I think he just brought back quickly right now. Oh, look out! There's some road, some surface on the road that had a gap on it, and that certainly could be dangerous. I hope nobody got get in trouble from that. It looked like everybody gone through that difficult patch.
Yeah.
Again, that's the Uno X rider involved in the crash, number 24. Yeah, 24.
Yeah, 24.
Oh, that's Breakaway.
Yeah,
there you
Breakaway
go.
was involved in the crash as well.
Okay, he's also one of the favor for today's sprint finish. So both Malucelli and Breakaway has hit the ground. So does that make Elvin decline the favor?
Looks like, unfortunately, we just got the news, and we can see on the live feed, Matteo Malucelli unfortunately had to abandon the race due to injury. We are yet to know what injury he is suffering after the crash, but it's definitely a loss for the Petronas Serv Langkawi. He was 3 stages in, a comfortable lead, definitely a race favorite and a fan favorite for sure. Matteo Malucelli. I mean, I had a chat with him yesterday. Very fun guy. He was making fun of Aaron Gates' name yesterday. Like, how would you pronounce Aaron Gates in Italian? He said Aaron Gatte.
Aaron Gatte.
Aaron Gatte. But yeah, it's a nice chap. A good ambassador to the sports, and it's just unfortunate. That's just bike racing. When things happen, it happens. I suppose.
Yeah. That's the reality of bike racing. The one moment you're the favorite, you're leading the points classification. The next moment you hit the deck due to just a touch of wheel, and you're out of the race. So certainly a disappointment for everyone, all the fans here, and all the Malu fan and Italian fans. So, but however, race got to go on. We certainly hope. It is a good thing it's the end of the season, so we certainly hope that he recovers and he's ready for next year's race. I'm sure there are still many potential victories waiting for him. But in the meantime, getting back to the race, so fortunately, so that makes that really open up today's finish now. So you have the, I mean, undoubtedly the fastest man in this year's Tour Langkawi, Malucelli, and so he is out of the race, and that obviously gives the opportunity for Alva Decline and Brika and also Alexander Kristoff an opportunity. Not to say that they wanted this, you know, I mean, not to say that Alva Decline by any means like getting the victory because Malucelli is out of the race, but certainly that opened up opportunity for other sprinters. You know, possibly could be. You know, could this inspire Harif Saleh to try to win another victory for Malaysia in the Port Dickson, or his teammate, or from Malaysia Pro Cycling Team?
Yeah, we have Izzat Helmi.
Izzat Helmi, who sprinted well a couple days ago and finished top 10. So you know, it opened up the race and make it more interesting. However, on the front, undoubtedly, Uno X team is driving the peloton and charging into the first intermediate sprint, which is going to come up just in 5 kilometers. So whoever takes this intermediate sprint, that's, you know, let's say if Johannesson get this intermediate sprint and De Bo gets second, then he will take back 1 second on the general classification. So I'm sure they're going to be fighting out for every seconds on the road.
There it is, the front of the peloton, Uno X. We saw the back of the pelotons are getting pretty edgy, getting organized. We've got some Badiani rider. Peñalves train, the Polti visit in Malta, is also available there. Looks like Adne from
Trigano cycling team just trying to stay on. I think he wants to stay away from the middle of peloton because it's very dangerous on the wet roads. Now he just want to stay on the side, and in case there's any accident, he can just easily veer off to the left side.
Exactly, yeah.
And a word of advice for viewers and the weekend warriors: so when you're in that situation, don't look at the wheels or the rider's back wheel in front of you, because you're not going to have enough time to react. You want to look as far ahead in the peloton, because if something does happen, let's say you know, 10 to 20 bike lanes ahead of you, you have time to react. You don't need to, you know, by judging, you shouldn't know from the, oh, here we go again, don't tell me it's another accident, there it goes.
Another crash.
Oh boy.
From a slightly uneven road surface there, with some concrete in the middle for that mini bridge. So we're talking about now that Malucelli is out of the race, abandoned from the race. Sad news for, I suppose, for Danny and I as well. Obviously, he's one of our favorites in the race. But now the contest for the points classification has become a little bit more tighter between Peñalve, Alva Decline, and also Erlen Blikra. Obviously now the orange jersey will be on the shoulder of Erlen Blikra on tomorrow's stage onwards, depending how today's stage plays out. But Peñalve is only about 5 points away, whereas Alva Decline is about Peñalve is about 5 points away, whereas Alva Decline is about 6 points away from Erlen Blikra. So it's going to be another interesting fight as well for points classification.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not going to be, it's going to be a more closer race for the green, Petronas green jersey, and as well as the KBS orange points jersey. So this is definitely not going to be a boring race by any means. So
for sure.
Stay tuned. So we hope the roads get drier. It seems like just one rider was involved in the earlier crash. So hopefully nobody else got and hopefully he get back to the peloton quickly.
So for sure, we had a glimpse of Manuel Peñalve, obviously, considering now they must have done their calculation after the news of Matteo Malucelli leaving the race, so they are obviously wanting to get some points into this first intermediate sprint, so they look like they've getting organized there as well.
Yeah, I see a lot of bodies lurking. They're looking ahead and they're preparing and looking back to see if their contender, their GC contender is on the wheels. And I think there's going to be multiple people fight out for the seconds. So I think, it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting. We're going to have like riders fighting for the points and also fighting for time bonuses going for the first intermediate sprints. So Badiani obviously lined up for potentially his sprinter, Enrico Zanoncello, who's 22 points, 5 points away from Alva Decline, still in the top 5, but maybe they're still interested to improve their positioning in the points classification.
Yeah, but I think these first two intermediate sprint is going to be contested by the GC riders. I think the sprinter is probably going to save themselves for the final sprint, although that I could be wrong. But it will be interesting to see the GC or the climbers sprinting against each other. So we shall see. It's going to be very unpredictable, and we just hope to be a clean and a safe sprint into the intermediate sprint.
The general classification time differences have made today's stage prediction a little bit, I guess, in two directions, whether it's going to come into a sprint or whether it's going to end in a breakaway. Now, with Matteo Malucelli leaving the race, it's going to open up another competition. Looks like there we have the Polte Visit Malta train as well. Looks like Uno X is present there for the first intermediate sprints. Obviously, the team got the memo of Matteo Malucelli leaving. Peñalve is there. Looks like a rider from Solution Tech, Vini Fantini is there as well. Uno X train is there as well.
Tudor is there also.
Yep, Tudor Pro Cycling is there as well. So obviously Arvid wants to go head-to-head with Erlen Bleekrach, wanting to get a better points into the sprint classification. 1 kilometer to the sprint point. Polte Visit Malta on the right side of the road is lighting up the pace. We saw Uno X at the back there with their sprinter Erlen Bleekrach. We yet to see if Arvid Decline with the Tudor Pro Cycling is there with 500 meters to go. Let's see who's going to get the maximum points for the first intermediate sprint. Not far off. Uno X is there. Lorenzo Manzin is there as well from Total Energies. Uno X is sprinting. Polte Visit Malta is there. Rider from Tudor Pro Cycling is there. Let's see who's going to get the maximum points. Is that Arvid Decline? 400 meters to go. Sprinting for the first intermediate sprint of today's stage. Let's see who got the most points. Looks like a rider from Tudor Pro Cycling, definitely not Arvid Decline, but potentially his teammates trying to take away the points from other teams getting it. Rider number 36, that is Yanis.
Yeah.
The climber yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Maybe trying to steal some bonus points. So he got 3 seconds.
Absolutely.
So let's see what would have changed his positions.
Oh, wow.
So Yanis Vossois is from Tudor Pro Cycling. Definitely he was one of the top riders finishing yesterday. So that he's now in definitely have climbed the ladder a little bit. So
yeah,
now
close the gap. So now immediately counter-attack that launched by XDS Astana team. Three Astana rider, 3 XDS Astana rider are including the white jersey holder
looks like
of Nicholas Vinderkroff.
Looks almost like a team time trial effort.
Yeah, trying to counter-attack and launch, trying to get their rider, trying to get a Vinderkroff to the next intermediate sprint, which is 10 kilometers away. They're trying to sneak away. Let's see, the peloton is already broken up to three groups, and you have the 3-rider XDS Astana, followed by probably 20 riders chasing pack, and then the main pack is just trying to react, and some riders are trying to bridge across to the second group of the chasers.
I believe that's like an abrupt strategy change after Matteo Malucelli. Obviously, sprinters jersey, they want to bring it back, points classification, but obviously that's not going to be the case anymore. They only have the best Asian rider. For sure, so with the profile of an XDS Astana team, they're not going to just bring back a best Asian rider. So here's a bit of a replay before we carry on with the race. So that's Yanis Vossois, not bad for a climber, sprinting it out, getting the most points. Just behind him is Burgos Borpele BH rider, and behind him is Lorenzo Manzin from Total Energies. So these are the top 3. So Yanis Vossois now, he is with a time gap of 10 seconds from the Joris Delbov with 3 seconds time bonus. Now he have climbed up the ladder.
Where he opened up a gap, well, closed the gap to number 2 and number 3, so he's only 7 seconds technically behind the race leader.
Yeah, still, yeah, so he's reduced his gap. Still in the 4th position of the general classification, judging from his time bonus. But back to the front of the race, obviously now the points classification is not in contention. They are either going to go for the general classification at the moment, potentially trying to collect as much time bonus for Nikola Vinokurov. Yeah, so now that Nikola Vinokurov is only 14 seconds, they're gonna try to get for the potentially the other 2 points classification and also maybe a stage win as well. So it's a big ask, but with 3 riders working well together.
And there's a chasing group of about 20 to 30 riders.
That's a big chasing
But then there's a big gap opening up in front of the peloton. So I hope so if any riders who are contesting for the GC, they should be in the second group. Otherwise, they're going to be found out. They're going to lose massive amount of time and positioning. So unless the peloton gets organized and start chasing, this is, you know, if we certainly didn't expect this. We knew they were going to fight out for the intermediate sprint, but Astana, XDS Astana, obviously, after losing Marcelli, it was a very quick calculation, very quick decision to say, okay, well, since we don't have our sprinter contesting out for the orange jersey and the stage victory, so we might as well get the launch of the breakaway, trying to get Nicholas Vinokurov up on the higher on the GC.
All right, so that's the, I guess, another look at how the other crash happened. Looks like you can see there's like a concrete gap in between. Oh no, we see he just slides through. That involves the other rider into the barricade. Let's hope the 2 riders, look at 2 riders. So the wheel must have stuck or slipped from the rain. Oh yes, the wheel stuck there. A rider from Picnic Post NL. Oh, drive the other rider in between the barricade. That's a gnarly crash, Danny. That is a gnarly crash. Let's hope the rider that went into the barricade is fine. TSG rider, a rider 114 that went into the barricade. Vadim Pronsky was involved in the crash. That was, well, that's just unfortunate. That is just unfortunate.
Well, let's get back to the front of the race.
94.8 kilometer. Looks like it is a kamikaze effort by the DS Mark Renshaw. They're not going to get the KBS orange jersey. They're not going to bring that home. So they're going to go for a monumental effort to get a team time trial going. I guess that's what we assume, and that's what they wanted to do. Trying to catch all the points classification, and also trying to create a significant time gap between themselves and the peloton and the other riders or GC contention in the main peloton. 94.3 kilometers. Just looking at the back here, Ayman Rosli, most combative rider for yesterday's stage.
No, he wasn't most competitive. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yesterday was Zap
Kiffin
of the Unibet Rocket team. Here's that's 3 rider on the front. Is just sustaining the gap. I mean, we're looking at probably about 20-second gap. The 3 riders from XDS doing a team time trial and trying to reach the next intermediate sprint, and then trying to drive all the way to the finish line. Now they have approximately 93K to go. So that's certainly possible, but I look like the chasing group is certainly working and getting organized, and I'm wondering, we want to get a visual of which teams are doing the chase, and I presume it's all the GC team are involved, and because Nicholas is fairly far down in the GC. I mean, it's good. I mean, he's certainly not top 3 on the podium yet, so I'm sure they're trying to get him back on the podium, and meanwhile, Uno X and the Total Energy, and as well as Tudor, their current podium. So they're going at 51 km/h. So they are certainly
they are driving the pace, Danny.
Yeah, it's an all-out team time trial for 3.
Yeah, so 93.2 kilometers. They're really gonna gun for it. They're pushing the pace here. They want to make this happen. They want to get, if they're not getting the green jersey, they're not getting the points classification jersey, they're going back with the Petronas general classification jersey for Nikola Vinokurov, who is sitting with just 14 seconds time gap from Joris Delbov. So yes, they're pushing the pace here. Looks like Aaron Gate, Nikola Vinokurov, and also looks like Anton Kuzmin in front there.
Meanwhile, on the back of the this is backup peloton, Etnan from the Tringano cycling team. The pace is the chasing group is extremely fast, and certainly it's going to be a hard, as we predicted, going to be a hard and a fast day.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, when we look at the course profile and how the course is, it definitely wasn't going to be one of those technical ones or potentially cause any crashes. But I guess the rain and also the road condition that have caused, you know, we've only done, let's say, about 30 kilometers of racing. We've already suffered 2 crashes in the peloton, Danny.
I think it was more than 2 crashes.
Oh yeah.
At least we saw 3 crashes already, and 2 riders, including the orange jersey holder of Malocelli, and also the previous white jersey holder of Vadim Prosky of the Stringano cycling team. So it's very unfortunate. We hope the roads look like the roads is getting dry. It's dried, but there are still dark patches or dark clouds in the sky. And the race certainly. So here's a time gap of 15 seconds. So that's the three riders of XDS Astana are trying to stay away from the charging chase group right now.
Yep. So 3 riders: Lev Gonov, actually, sorry, not Anton Kuzmin. So Lev Gonov, Aaron Gate, and Nikola Vinokurov from XDS Astana, just driving the pace here. Full team time trial mode, trying to create a significant gap. But we need an update for the time gap. Maybe that was the gap between the, yep, they've increased 10 seconds. So here he is, they're about to reach Bunting. So that's some staff there, just taking a bit of a time break, watching the Langkawi schools are here. This is quite a famous road. If you're from the area of Shah Alam, trying to head to Banting or Sungai Pelik, which is basically the beach road.
Alright, kita berada di sekitar Banting sebenarnya, dan bersama saya ialah rakan tugas saya sebenarnya. Fik, how are you?
Betul lah, I'm good. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, Fik, sebenarnya nak tahu jugalah untuk Era Avengers, apa peranan mereka dalam cavalcade untuk kali ini?
Okey, untuk peranan Era Avengers untuk Litur di Langkawi 2025 ini, kita akan bawakan update-update terkini lah. Kita akan update di social media Era Avengers berkenaan dengan Litur di Langkawi 2025.
Okey, so kalau ada yang tak sempat nak datang ke lokasi ke apa ke, boleh follow IG yang mana satu?
Follow IG _Era Avengers guys. Follow IG _Era Avengers, dan sama je TikTok pun sama.
So, for those yang nak follow, nak jumpa Abang Fik pula, macam mana? Abang Fik tahu.
Okey, nak jumpa personal ke ni? Personal. Okey, nak jumpa personal. Maksudnya korang boleh follow saya di TikTok NSR FIQRY Fikri Nasir.
So Fik, so far dah almost done dah hampir ke stage yang ke-8. How was your experience so far?
Oh, ini pertama kali saya join Litur di Langkawi ni, dan saya agak gembira dan excited lah bila join Litur di Langkawi ni, sebab saya jumpa memang orang-orang kat sini memang banyak yang supportive.
Okay, kita lain gerak. Okay, thank you. Let's go.
Switch the tactic. I guess mid-race, you know, in the heat of adrenaline. I guess it tells a lot about the level of experience of the DS Mark Renshaw, you know, being so experienced, being in Tour de France, being a part of a huge team that are, I guess, not just a huge team, but teams that are winning Tour de France stages and also winning Tour de France. So yeah, he must have made the changes on the go. Yeah, so there's 1 kilometer to the sprint 2. So our assumption is going to let Nikola Vinokurov get the maximum time bonus here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, full team time trial mode here. Aaron Gate in front, just getting that aero position, driving the pace with Lev Gonov in the center. Nikola Vinokurov just at the back. It's just good to see. Obviously, you know, it's really different compared to when you have a breakaway of different riders. So this is when you have a breakaway of the same team. They can really drive the pace. They have the trust of their teammates. They're not going to burn each other, and they can really push the pace that they know that they can sustain to whatever objectives that they want to get. Here they are, arrive in the town of Banting for the second intermediate sprint, Danny.
Yeah, and Aaron Gate, who is a very, very good time trialist, so he's certainly doing the bulk of the work on the front, driving this team time trial of 3, and they're just letting Nicholas get to the front, take away the maximal points, and also the most important, the time bonus for for his GC classification. So he's certainly fighting and they're trying to make the race and trying to get back on the podium, even though they're certainly going for the stage victory. So obviously it's not going to come down, they don't want it to come down to a sprint. So you have 3 riders on the front and going full gas, and this is the, this is totally unexpected, and that's a surprise attack from XDS's Dana. So he taken now, they're sitting up after the, that's interesting, they are sitting up. They're sitting up after cross the second intermediate sprint.
Okay,
so,
that is interesting.
Yeah, so
I wonder what's the plan. We don't know what's the plan now. They set up, I'm sure. Yeah, Danny, I'm just not sure now.
Well, no, I think they get the bonus point second, and they're happy. Their intention. Well, they certainly able to probably try to keep going, trying to win the stage, but then obviously they've been called off, and they decide the purpose was just to get to the 10K, get to the second intermediate sprint to take some bonus second to move up the general classification. However, so the moment they crossed the Banting second intermediate sprint, it was a shake of hand. It was Aaron Gates looking across and just set up, and let's see if they get it brought back quickly, and if we get a visual where they are. So yeah, it looks like the peloton is all back together now.
Yep.
One big group. So yeah, it looked like well, we certainly got a moment of excitement. We thought
they're gonna go all the way.
3 trails is gonna do a team time trial all the way to the finish. That would be exciting to watch.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. I was expecting that as well to happen. It's like almost like a kamikaze attack with 90 kilometers to go, just swapping turns between the teammates. But yeah, it looks like they've let off the gas just to go for maximum points at the second intermediate sprints.
Right.
Yeah.
So and then meanwhile, Total Energies, they're actually happy. Their intermediate sprints got swallowed up because if it does come down to another intermediate sprint, that's going to risk Johannesson trying to sprint, or Giannis, who won the first intermediate sprint pretty comfortably, then he may try it again, trying to bring back the few seconds available from the intermediate sprint. Here's a replay. There was no contest there.
Yep.
This is probably the calmest intermediate sprint we had so far.
That's right.
It was basically, Nicholas, you please take the honor.
Yep.
And Aaron Gay got second, and it was all the same jersey, same color, same team. So, well, it was a job done for getting the intermediate sprint. It is a number 123, no 125. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's Aaron Gate. Yeah.
Considering probably they're going to have a bit of a rest because the third intermediate sprint is a while away.
Yeah.
So maybe just sit in the bunch for a bit. Maybe we'll go again for the third intermediate sprint.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know, another attack probably at kilometer 40 kilometer to go or something. Give it like another 10K and just do another team time trial. So yeah, which is interesting to see how they're going to play out, whether they're still interested in the third intermediate sprint for bonus seconds.
Yeah, but they're definitely setting up, and it's going to be interesting to see which team is going to come out to the front and control it, and also which team is going to do a counterattack, because the counterattacks happen immediately already. It looked like from St. George. That's unexpected. So once the breakaway get caught, and as we mentioned, if a breakaway want to go to the end, it takes a couple strong men, then launch the attack after the second intermediate sprint. Here's the St. George rider.
Yep.
Is it Ben Carmen?
It is Ben Carmen.
There you go.
Ben Carmen off the front, caused some chaos in the peloton, trying to chase as well. Looks like we've got one rider. We can see a glimpse of it, wearing a white helmet, trying to chase down Ben Carmen, trying to join the breakaway, but looks like the peloton is not letting it go. The peloton is reactive at the moment. 83.5 kilometer chasing down Ben Carmen. Here he is, Patrick Eddy, just enjoying his time in the Bubbles O2 King of the Mountain jersey. Obviously he's in good form from fitness wise, coming off Vuelta. But yeah, didn't have to do much for today. No contention for King of the Mountain classification. In front there, Team Malaysia. Counter-attack by a Thai Continental rider, but Ki Ziyi is not sitting up. He's chasing Ben Carmen. Let's see if he can join, but looks like the peloton potentially is going to get swallowed, or maybe they set up. Let's see what's about to happen. 3 riders, Ben Carmen, Ki Ziyi, and also another rider from Hong Kong, HKSI cycling team.
Yeah, so it's plenty of activity at the front of the peloton. There's no real control, so there's certainly a lot of attacks and the chase and the counter attack. So we're gonna see this going on, and to see and whether or not another breakaway finally goes. So obviously XDS Astana had definitely a good strategy, taking away the intermediate sprints on number 2. Now here we see the solo rider from Malaysia, Ki, an ex-Terengganu cycling team rider on the front. And he has probably about 50 bike lanes, and it's going to be a tall task for just one rider. So he's certainly looking back and hoping at least a couple riders join him. And look like one rider coming across. Is that from Nusantara?
Yep. Yeah, Nusantara BYC is trying to join Ki Ziyi in the breakaway attempt. The pelotons are it's all over the place at the moment. Looks like another rider, potentially Terengganu cycling team, judging from the gesture, potentially Matthias Brenoy as well, is trying to join his, technically his compatriot, Ki Ziyi.
Yeah, not compatriot, but a teammate.
A teammate, yeah, that's true.
Ex-teammate.
Yeah.
For this race. But here we go. Let's see who is doing the chase, Tudor or... Is it going to be, there's Uno X also?
Uno X in front there. Tudor is there as well.
And see if this sneak attack look like whenever Matthias gets to the front, Uno X start doing the chase. So they certainly know a rider of Matthias has certain quality, even though he's riding for the Terengganu cycling team, but he's a rider with some pretty good result in some big races. So they're cautious.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
guna Mercer Rewards je, yang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Okey, tim Cavalcade dah pun sampai ke starting line iaitu di Temerloh dan Lily bersama dengan dua orang rakan lah. Sebenarnya kami baru berkenalan actually last year. Dah bekerja dengan Anas, tapi baik tak nampak. Tapi kita nak kenal dengan lebih mendalam. Ini adalah tim-tim Cavalcade sebenarnya. Nama siapa terlebih dahulu?
Nama saya Anas.
Okey, di sebelah kanan Lily?
Baik.
Okey. So Anas, boleh tak share dengan penonton sebenarnya apa tugas Anas dekat tim Cavalcade ni?
Saya sebagai assistant HOD, saya buat macam-macam lah. Saya tolong HOD saya. Daripada segi hotel, pengangkutan apa semua, saya lah.
Logistik wise lah. Okey, untuk Paik pula?
Okay, saya lebih kepada media. Kita akan cover segala pergerakan yang Cavalcade buat sepanjang perhentian sekolah tu kan. Sorak-sorakan semua kita sorak. Kita sorak sekali dengan media semua sorak. Itu tugasan saya.
Okey, kalau Lily nampaklah sepanjang perjalanan ni Anas dengan Paik ni dua-dua memang very busy man. So untuk Anas, bila nak kena control, nak kena manage with macam banyak orang, macam mana Anas atasilah cabaran tu sebenarnya?
Sebab atasi ni kita refer HOD sendirilah. HOD banyak membantu kita orang lah sepanjang stage ni. So terima kasih kepada Uncle Mike.
Siap. Okey, baik. Mungkin boleh share pula lah dari segi media. Kita nampak Paik selalu dengan kamera baik, phone, ambil video, maybe editing and some posting. So macam mana pengalaman Paik so far? Katanya dah 3 tahun dengan LTdL.
Alhamdulillah. Sepanjang 3 tahun, Alhamdulillah semuanya berjalan dengan baik. Setiap tahun benda yang sama dan juga setiap tahun makin bertambah ahli-ahli media sendiri dan benda ni bukan seorang. Kita buat bekerjasama. So itulah Cavalcade. Kita bekerja as a group, as a team. So sebab itulah kejayaannya muncul dalam tim Cavalcade ni.
Okey, mungkin ada orang yang tak tahu Cavalcade ni apa. Sebenarnya Cavalcade ni ialah pergerakan kereta yang mempamerkan jenama-jenama ataupun sponsor-sponsor. So kita akan singgah dekat sekolah, dekat kampung-kampung. So mungkin nak cakap apa-apa lah dekat orang yang tengok. Kita ada beberapa stage lagi. Boleh panggil orang untuk ramai-ramai memeriahkan lagi LTdL ni.
Okey, kepada sekolah-sekolah dan kampung-kampung yang berada di setiap laluan kita, so get ready untuk dapatkan goodies dan boleh bersuara untuk aktiviti negara kita.
Okay, sebelum tu kita ada satu aktiviti Baik, mungkin boleh jelaskan hari ni di starting line di Temerloh, apa yang akan tim Cavalcade sampaikan?
Okay, untuk starting stage 5 ini di Temerloh kita ada program CSR, which is kita panggil 5 keluarga untuk membantu. Yang mana yang susah kita bantu. InsyaAllah itu akan memenuhi keperluan mereka lah.
Alright. Okay, thank you Baik. Thank you Anas. Bye.
in many different point of view.
Yeah, and well, talk about pain, but the rain is coming down once again.
Yeah, that's a pain. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
absolutely.
pain to the riders.
Yeah, so the heavy raindrop here, especially heavy downpour, it really just hits your eyes.
Yes.
And I find that is the most annoying situation.
It's not just the eye. Sometimes, like especially when you have sunscreens on your face, that sunscreen just makes your way into your eyes. That's the worst feeling ever.
Right, right. So it burns your eyes. So
oh yes.
all this, that's all. Cycling is an outdoor sport, so you just have to deal with all the elements of the outdoor. Although indoor cycling is getting very popular. Many people doing Zwift, but there's so many different indoor platform now that's become very effective. However, personally, I still prefer suffering in the outdoor.
Okay.
And
you love suffering?
I guess different people, like talk about different people have different addiction, different pleasure. It's all very personal.
Yeah.
Some people may choose playing golf, or some people may choose just hurt themselves on the bike.
Yeah.
Individual. No one is right or no one is wrong.
Yeah.
But it's certainly fun to get out there and. Maybe not in this pouring rain, but here we go again. Terengganu cycling rider. Just drive the pace.
Edna.
Yeah, and that's Edna.
Yeah,
on the front. And but it is nice to be on the outdoor. To be honest,
sure.
It's the feeling of freedom and the speed. And it is a great workout. I mean, certainly, it is a good way to exercise without damaging your joints and the knees. So, although these guys are certainly doing a lot of damage and hurting themselves and pushing themselves to the max right now.
Not just hurting themselves, but hurting other people as well.
Hurting other people as well. So, the punches and the counter punch. These guys don't throw any fist, but however, they are certainly putting their hurt on each other at this point.
Definitely, it has been a wet and wild race so far, Danny. Non-stop attacks, so 73.1 kilometer. We've yet to establish like a breakaway. Obviously, we did see a little bit earlier before the second intermediate sprint. Looks like Adna is not happy with the pace. He's going for a tag, driving up the pace again. Let's see if anyone wants to join him. It's a wet race. It's a wild race. It's been an interesting race so far. There's so many people trying to achieve many different objectives in this race. Mateo Malichali have definitely abandoned us in this race. That created some opportunities for people to score extra points, and also the current standings of general classification pretty much up for fight, not just for top 5 but also top 10 positions. And this year's Tour of Langkawi have made for an interesting one so far.
Here we're looking at the back of a peloton. It's just a complete downpour, and 72K to the finish now. And so peloton is moving very fast. We just hope that everyone stays safe and stay upright. It's at least we don't have the patches of what are those? They're not metal grill, but they kind of like
I guess it's
rubber.
One of the, yep. It's a little bit like a concrete for the bridge, because you have that mini bridge. I think must have crossed the river, so the concrete sort of exposed a little bit on that side there. But obviously the road was not designed, I think, with cyclists in mind, I suppose. Riding, maximum, like road bikes 28mm tires these days. I mean, it probably got worse if it was raced on 23mm tires back then.
Yeah, here we go. We see look like there's a bit of daylight now. Now there's 4 riders on the front with Adnan, Terengganu cycling team, and his ex-teammate Key, and from the Malaysia team driving the pace. They got a little bit daylight, although we don't see the daylight, with a little bit of rain light. But with Isan is in the break. Thai, and I can also see is that Korean KSPO?
KSPO. Let's see if that's the case. Now we've got 7-Eleven, 2 Isan rider.
Yeah, from their helmet, you can see this. Yeah, here we go. And meanwhile, 1 rider trying to come across. But it looked like the peloton is sort of sitting up across the road, so possibly they are slowing down just a little bit for these We're trying to get a number on all of the rider, but look like 8 rider now, currently on the front. Thai Continental team, 2 Isan, Etnan from Terengganu cycling team, and Key from Malaysia cycling team.
And one rider from HKSI Pro Cycling.
KSP, I think it was HK or KSPO. Okay.
Yeah, looks like HKSI. KSPO is on the maroon.
Okay. Yeah, it's in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And judging from the speed of the peloton, they're definitely slowing down.
Yeah.
So. We also see, so it's good. It's good opportunity for these 10 rider. They're currently still 9 rider on the front, and Key is looking back a little bit just to see what the time gap is. And I think right now you just want to bury your head down because that seems to be working well. And this is a good composition of a number of groups. Yeah, Hong Kong rider. Number 132. 132, we have 135 from 7-Eleven. 132, 135.
153, actually, 7-Eleven, 153.
Okay.
Matej Drinovic.
Okay.
132 from HKSI is Ching Yin Mo.
Okay. 184 from Isan. Kato.
Yep. 184.
And then Thailand Continental team.
184 is George Matsui. No? Yes, George Matsui.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. 184. Yeah, George again in the breakaway.
That's right,
he certainly have made his attempt earlier, and one more. The Thai rider is one. Getting. There we go. But the total, we're gonna get a total count of 7 rider. They're moving so fast, I can't keep up with them.
That's right.
And especially with some rains on the lens, on the camera lens, it's a little bit hard to take the final count. Hopefully the organizer will provide us the number. We're getting a brief retreat from the rain, and just seems like this patch, at least this part, temporarily the rain stopped. And meanwhile, the neutral car service by Jaime Bike Center is back on, getting to the back of there. That means there is significant gap. So we're getting the time gap is 50 seconds right now. Good job by the 184, 125 from Thai.
125 is Yawarat. No, it's Nopachai. Nopachai Klahan.
Yeah, Nopachai. Here we go. It's a total of 7 riders. 7 rider on the front, including Key of a Malaysia team, Etnan from the Terengganu cycling team, and 2 Isan.
Yep, George Matsui. And also 185 is, Shinosuke Kato.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Shinosuke Kato. Yeah, it's 2. That's 2.
Yeah, it's 2. 184 and 185.
Yeah.
I wasn't daydreaming there.
Yeah.
And then Hong Kong rider. So it's good to see them finally presented in the front of the race. And at least they're trying to attempt to break away and trying to win the stage. Because it will be... it's actually the first time we see them on the front of the race, so it's good to see a rider from Hong Kong, and it's active in the race. Meanwhile, back of the peloton, it seems to be pretty calm. Sort of a storm have passed, and there's a bit of calm and organization. And teams now, XDS by losing Melocelli, so they're certainly not going to do the work, trying to control the front. Is it up to the Total Energy of the above trying to keep the gap? And obviously they don't want to take control just yet because they want these 7 rider on the front to take away any bonus second in the intermediate sprint, number 3. So that is still quite a bit of way to go. We're still looking at about 30 plus K to the next intermediate sprint. So the rider here just wanted to ride together in a 7-man team time trial, trying to get the pace steady and fast as possible, and trying to build a time gap. We hope to get a latest time gap on them. Based judging from the speed they're going, they should have open up just a little bit more. And meanwhile, on the back of the peloton, Ayman Rosley, who has been very active in all the previous days, intermediate in the breakaway. But today he's decided to take a breather, rest of his leg a little bit. Maybe he will attempt another breakaway in the next day, or if these groups get caught back, maybe trying to launch another one.
Yeah. Just hanging around at the back here, we see Aaron Gate and also Lev Gonov alongside with Nikola Vinokurov earlier. Alexander Kristov just now.
Yeah,
number 23.
He's just rolling across, rolling through. So obviously they are happy with the current breakaway composition, and they are letting the 7 rider to open up a gap. Judging from the speed, they should have now more than a minute plus, probably a minute and a half. But it's very deceptive, as we learned. The guys on the back are sitting like they're on a Sunday easy spin, but they're certainly not spinning. I can assure you, they're traveling at a plus probably 45k an hour right now. And here's again looking at the beautiful. Yeah, minute 45. So I was so much off. I was thinking a minute and a half. Now it's a minute 45.
So that's 45.
That's a good gap, and that's a good gap for the 7 rider at the front. Trying to take away trying to get to the finish line. So there's opportunity there. They only need to ride another less than an hour and hour 20 minutes or so of effort. Full-on effort, and trying to get to the Port Dickson. 7 riders. Let's see if they have what it takes to stay away from the peloton.
Oh yeah, for sure. But obviously, we are interesting to know who is in the front of the peloton, controlling the pace here. We're gonna assume some sprinters team, probably. Two-door Pro Cycling would be in front. Uno X potentially be in front as well. He's 112, Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan.
Yep. The other sprinter from Malaysia.
Definitely a favorite for today's sprint as well among the locals.
Yeah, and they're just talking to Matthias. Yeah, they're trying to plan something. Probably just discussing earlier that so Matthias was quickly shut down, unfortunately. Looked like Uno X did some of the chase immediately. It's a strange sight when you have a much bigger team and chasing a rider of a smaller team, which is much further down the general classification.
You know what's the advantage of these group? They're all small riders, so they have very good CDA.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They have very good CDA. A bit like Remco. You know, Remco. The advantage of Remco over Filippo Ganna is he's smaller.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But however, they also generally there's a disadvantage with smaller rider. You also have especially on the flat road, lesser power output.
That is true as well.
And that's a little bit disadvantage because they're all about similar size. That makes a really good team time trial. Absolutely.
Exactly. So they definitely have increased the lead. So 1 minute and 55 seconds. Yes, we were right. Uno X there in front. Total Energies is there as well, obviously. We've got Two-door Pro Cycling in front, also by Total Energies in front there. Obviously, they do have sprinter as well in the race, Lorenzo Manzin.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Okey, Uncle Mike, sekarang ni dah memasuki peringkat yang ketiga untuk LTdL dan kita dah pun berada di Kuala Terengganu dan cavalcade tidak putus-putus untuk berikan bantuan untuk orang-orang yang memerlukan, insan-insan yang memerlukan. Mungkin boleh kongsikan dah 3 hari ni perkembangan bersama dengan cavalcade.
Okey, untuk setiap peringkat kita akan cari 5 keluarga dalam kawasan yang kita ada finishing tu supaya kita boleh memberi sedikit sumbangan kepada insan-insan yang memerlukan. Sebab saya percaya dalam setiap kerja yang kita buat, kita memberi sedikit lah kepada yang memerlukan. Itu dalam kita mencari keberkatan kan. So dekat Kuala Terengganu ni sama juga, kita mencari juga 5 keluarga untuk diberi sumbangan yang dikumpulkan bersama-sama dengan rakan-rakan dalam PLTDL ni.
Okey, esok masuki hari keempat kita akan ke Kemaman dan juga berbaki beberapa hari saja lagi. Apa lagi yang menanti, mungkin bukan saja untuk program PLTDL, tapi kita akan berjalan daripada kampung ke kampung, sekolah ke sekolah. Mungkin boleh panggil orang ramai untuk bersama-sama dengan tim cavalcade memberi sokongan kepada LTdL untuk kali ini.
Okey, untuk perjalanan besok daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Kemaman, jangan lupa semua orang yang berada di laluan kita keluar beramai-ramai untuk memberi sokongan dan memberi semangat kepada pelumba-pelumba dan juga kepada tim cavalcade untuk kita lebih semangat untuk menceriakan suasana keadaan untuk LTdL. Dan jangan lupa kita masih lagi ada 6 peringkat lagi yang kita, maknanya besok dekat Kemaman kita pun ada prihatin LTdL ni bersama 5 keluarga juga.
Alang-alang kita dah interview Uncle Mike ni, mungkin boleh promote juga filem terbaru berdasarkan experience Uncle Mike sendiri.
Okey, filem Abah saya Uncle Mike masih lagi ditayangkan di program-program yang terpilih. So bagi yang belum lagi menyaksikan, pastikan anda pergi ke pawagam untuk menyaksikan filem ini, sebab filem ini bukan filem berdasarkan cerita orang Melayu sahaja, tapi dia memang filem yang berdasarkan perpaduan Malaysia, di mana semua rakyat Malaysia harus pergi, sebab banyak sangat mesej-mesej perpaduan yang ada di dalam filem untuk disampaikan kepada seisi keluarga, bukan seorang je, seisi keluarga. Dan jangan lupa semua mesej-mesej itu, terutama mesej kasih tanpa sempadan, tanpa pilih kasih. Tanpa pilih kasih.
Boleh.
Boleh kan? Jadi jangan lupa pergi saksikan di pawagam segera.
Terima kasih.
54, you know, were good sprinters. Everyone with their own style. So yeah, so you got a 56 chainring, one by that big, massive aero chain rings in front. For SRAM, obviously big gearing. You know, with SRAM you got a 10-tooth cog at the back.
Right.
That's if it ends up in a downhill sprint, which I don't know if any of the stages left is a downhill sprint. But yeah, that's a big gear to turn over.
Yeah. But UCI is also regulating the chain, the gearing ratio.
Yeah. Speaking of that, it's SRAM actually is filing, I guess, something legal to UCI about a gearing ratio.
Okay.
Yeah, about, you know, it's like it just basically doesn't make sense or whatever, and I think they're trying to say that the gearing is not the main cause of the safety issues of the riders. You know, I think in some sense there's some truth to it. I think if you look at most of the races, what are causes of the crash are the type of roads that the race are being held on, and not enough, I guess, information about the road furnitures that are there. So yeah, there's a little bit of I guess, debate there, whether it's the gearing or the handlebar, you know, what they think it might have been the cause of crashes. Yeah, so yeah, definitely. In recent news, we did hear SRAM is filing some kind of a lawsuit, or I guess a counter argument to the to gearing ratio. And also, speaking of gearing ratio, we've got some leaks that potentially Shimano might go to 10 tooth as well. So we don't know. We don't know. So some leaks, obviously. Got some news that potentially next year's Tour de France they're going to be riding the new Shimano.
Wait, the 13th speed?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I think it's about time. Yeah, 13th speed.
Really? Okay, I just got my 12 speed.
Yeah. You're always a bit on the back end.
I am, I'm trying to keep up with these youngsters and then the technology.
Like back then, I was also quite I was very involved in like a mountain bike mechanic as well. Like I do a lot of mountain bike servicing as well back then in Australia. But obviously, yeah, mountain bike is just on another level with the technology and the development and new gears and stuff. I just couldn't keep up, so I was just stuck with road, and now it's just getting too much as well. It gets very specific nowadays. With these technologies, not so much crossover.
Here's a look at Penave. Number 81. So he's obviously fancy. I mean, he has been on the podium.
Yep.
He certainly fancy his chances today. It is going to be a long, wide, long, fast finish. He's kind of sprinter with a little bit of taller. I mean, he's a bit certainly has a little bit of bigger profile compared to. He's certainly taller and compared to Albert Decline.
Yeah.
Who is like a mini rocket there.
Yeah. He's probably the size of Cavendish.
Similar. Similar size and similar build. But the Penave is much taller rider, and so he's going to have a little bit of more a higher CDA probably into the sprint.
Yeah, that's
and then he needs to generate a little more power. So there's a little bit of a disadvantage for him being a sprinter. He certainly doesn't, he looked like a build like a classic rider.
He does, right? Doesn't he?
Tall,
yeah. He looks like the build, almost like a classic rider. Like a Vanderpool, Wout van Aert.
Yeah.
But I mean, like these two guys could sprint as well, right?
They can sprint very well.
Yeah, but not a pure sprinter, of course. So this, I mean, it's they just have to play his card. They have to go a little bit tactical as well. So yesterday when we were talking about Joris Delbove winning, obviously, he's strong. We know he's strong. He's one of the favorites. But we were obviously expecting either, Uno X to be there, Anders Johannesson, or potentially Yannis Vossois, or maybe even Vinokurov to be up there. But apparently, they do know they're at a disadvantage. But what they did was they went on VeloViewer and really studied how the terrain goes and asked the local guys like how the terrain is, and use the terrain to his advantage.
Certainly did a good job and by launching some attack before the downhill or the flatter part of the climb into the finish line. So they certainly did well. And when we were watching yesterday's video feed and into the last 500 meters, so it was a big surprise when he came across the visual solo alone, and quite a bit of a gap between him and the chasing group of 10+ riders. So here we go on the back of the peloton. The rider who just took the feed has to quickly get back, and the gap has certainly shut down about 30 to a minute and 30 right now. So there's definitely a bit of urgency in the peloton shutting it down. Because it's only 50K to go. So technically that's just only a little over a minute of an hour of racing, and we'll get a looking of Thai rider and just doing his rotation. And today we're not seeing Frankie. So Frankie, so he did pretty well. Yesterday in the climb.
He went on the podium as well.
He was the best ASEAN rider. So certainly well done by the Thailand Continental team.
Are you familiar with this road, Danny?
Am I familiar with? No, not
heading towards Morib.
No, I have done it. I have rode it.
It's very windy.
Okay,
very windy stretch of road. So, if they get a tailwind, it's lucky. But yeah, it's if you're familiar with this particular road, it's a very windy, windy stretch of roads. It's a straight. You can never see the end. and it's very windy. So this is probably the first intersection they've gotten for the last 5 kilometers or so.
Right.
I mean, first turning, a little bit of a turning to add a little bit of a mix into their riding. But yeah, it makes for good. Like if these riders, if they could ride very well, looks like they are riding well together. Just rolling turns, you know, no one's pulling. Basically, as soon as they reach the front, they peel off to the left, and it's really important that when you peel off, you're coming off the wheel, you're not surging, to make sure that you are rolling turn smoothly. These guys obviously have done it. Look at that, how rider from Thailand, Nopachai, just coming into Kizi's wheel, and then this other rider, Shinosuke Kato. Yeah, just look at that, a beautiful rotation from these riders.
Yeah, they're certainly doing a nice rotation. However, the peloton is slowly trying to reel them in. So it is crucial for these guys on the front just to keep going. It is known that, you know, the peloton is going to chase. They're not going to sit up. We have another rider. Christian Elkin.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about him earlier. He's pretty high up in the GC, definitely top 15. He's also had a DNF. So we already have 3 major names DNF. Obviously, we have Marocelli, who's the orange jersey holder and the previous leader jersey of the race leader. And then we also have the previous white jersey, the best Asian, Vadim Pronsky, who was unfortunately pushed out and caused by other riders in front of him. Got caught in the gutter, I guess, then push him into the drain. And now we have another rider from Unibet Rocket, Elkin, and that's had a DNF. So it's been a chaotic day, and a very unfortunate for some riders that's racing today. So 3 good riders that's already out of the race, and hopefully we don't see more of that. And especially today's finish, you mentioned that's also raining, so we certainly hope everyone stays safe. But albeit, it is a good thing that the organizer planned well. It's going to be a pretty straight on finish with a slightly, it looks like a slightly uphill sprint.
Very slightly towards the end, but they would have quite a downward slope, just under 2 kilometers to go. So they have a bit of a speed run-in into the finish before a very slight rise just in front of the Royal Port Dickson Yacht Club.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you are viewing in the live commentary now, so if you are somewhere near Port Dickson or you're from not far off from Port Dickson, make your way there just to spectate the finish. We expected the race to finish around the 12 o'clock, 12 p.m. today, so be there probably around 11:30 to avoid any roadblocks, and also to make sure you get a good spot to see the finish today. We're expecting a fast one today, considering how the end is going to have a little bit of a false threat of a downhill run-in into the finish.
Yeah, and just make sure to bring the umbrella.
Oh yes, for sure.
In case of rain.
A poncho or whatever suits you.
Okay.
Yeah, or maybe shoe cover.
Okey, Lily berada bersama dengan Tok Ketua Kampung. Di mana ni? Kawasan mana ni?
Okey, kita sekarang berada di kampung berhampiran Pekan Sungai Pelik, di mana di Pekan Sungai Pelik ini terdapat kampung-kampung yang berada di sekitar, iaitu Kampung Jati Indah, Kampung Tanjung Mas, dan difahamkan Pekan Sungai Pelik ini memang sinonim dengan aktiviti. Jadi sangat meriahlah, dan saya merasakan keterhujaan lah kerana ini jalan-jalan berlaku. Dan untuk pengalaman kami, saya pergi ke kampung sangat berhati dan beruja. Sangat meriah sekali.
Okey. So, bila dapat tahu pasal Letup di Langkawi ni, nak lalu dekat laluan ni memang dah plan dah ramai-ramai nak duduk sini bagi sorakan semua.
Ya, betul. Kami telah diberi taklimat lebih awal dan laluan Letup di Langkawi bermula daripada Shah hingga ke Port Dickson. Jadi kami memang berkawan rapat, berhubungan baik dengan Bubble O2. So, Bubble O2 the best.
Nama Tok Ketua Kampung ni siapa nama
Nama saya Rosman bin Naim. Ya, adik sahabat saya.
Siapa?
Saya adik saya masuk chairman Babos Auto. Ya. Adik ni adik sponsor Babos Auto. Stage yang ke-6. Ya. Stage yang ke-6 di Sekolah Kebangsaan Sungai Pelik. Kita silakan kawasan Sungai Pelik. Thank you.
Alright, thank you.
Is on the Lapierre.
Okay.
That's a BMC, an NV Millie, and back at the front of the peloton. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Getting a look of the bikes that the guys are riding. So generally, yeah. So in some of the races, obviously in Tour de Langkawi, and hey, most of the riders are on the top tier bicycles, and they're on the most of them on Shimano Dura-Ace, and there are some on the SRAM, or some, I didn't see any Campy. But in
there
some,
is Campy, Bardiani.
Okay, Bardiani.
Yeah,
Oh yes,
Bardiani
apologies,
is,
my apology. Yeah, Bardiani, the
Bardiani.
Italian.
That's right.
Italian team
They're
on the
riding
Italian.
on the Campagnolo Super Record 12-speed wireless group set.
Okay.
Not the latest one, 12-speed wireless group set.
Yeah.
And you see the. So yeah, I made my trip yesterday to the hotel, Concord, raced through the traffic rush hour, 2-hour drive, because I want to go and see the bikes. I just want to go and geek out and see the bikes. So obviously, you've got some friends there. We've got Faisal at Dreamworks. We've got Haikal working with. He was working on Yukio Arashiro's bike while I was there.
Okay.
So that was Solution Tech Vini Fantini. They were on FSA crank, Shimano group set. Uno X, the riders were just checking the ceramic pulley wheels. They were checking the free hub, making sure Christoph, have very little resistance. On average, they're using, for example, Uno X rider, most of them are on 55 chainrings.
Oh wow.
Yeah, okay. Obviously, to lead out for the sprints, and maybe the nature of Langkawi not too steep these years, this year. So yeah, on average 55 chainring. I went and see XDS Astana bikes, just wanted to see. Huge fan of Vision wheels, just want to see Vision wheels as well.
Right, yep.
Yeah, so some very, very interesting tech going on. One of the most interesting ones, probably the unconventional ones, probably the Padus bikes by St. George.
Right.
I talked to my friend Cik Kuman. He's been with the team for a while. So they're using a Magene group set.
Okay.
Yeah, so Magene QED. I believe it's a wireless or semi-wireless group set.
Okay.
And they look similar to the Shimano shifters.
Right.
Yeah, weirdly.
Right. Yeah, well, we talk about it. When you are the market leader, like the Shimano Dura-Ace parts, and you're gonna get people to your competitors. It's easier for them to copy you than trying to reinvent the wheels. So if something that works really well, why trying to change it so much, right?
Yeah.
So obviously we know Campy has their unique thumb shifters. That some user likes it and custom too. I mean, like in SRAM in the past they had a double tap.
Yeah, mechanical shifting for sure.
Yeah, I mean I have tried it personally. I'm certainly it's easier to get a gear mixed up. And I'm thinking, imagine you're sprinting out, at the top of the speed, and then the last thing you want us to think of is how many click I did. So it will be confusing. So, but I think they moved away from that. So that's the beauty of electronic shifting. You kind of program it, and obviously, I programmed my Di2 shifters to. It was really nice to have the button on top of the hood.
Oh yeah, you've been missing out.
Well, if something is working well, like I love my mechanical group set, Shimano group set. They're very reliable, it's something else easy for me to service. I can do it at home with just a bit of Allen key and then a plier, and so I'm not a tech guru like you, but I can. But even somebody like fairly non-technical, and I can do the basic service, basic adjustments. So, but I do have to agree that the newer group set certainly there's a huge technology advancement, and the battery life had lasts much longer.
That is true as well.
And also the latest latest group set I had from Shimano, like the braking. Initially, when I had the mechanical group set, and then the brake seems to be always rubbing a bit.
Yep.
But certainly that issue has not occurred at all on the new group set. There's much wider clearance.
Yep.
So then when the rider goes, especially when they puncture, they change wheels to wheels, and we've seen that even in the World Tour level. So when the rider on the front, they get a mechanical, get a puncture, they rather change a bike, change a complete bike, or because if you put a neutral surface wheels in, the disc brake may not line up correctly. So unlike the rim brake, you can just sort of open up. There's a lever you can open up. The brake clearance. So, but in disc brake you cannot do that. Although that would be nice to have a little bit of adjustment. That you can increase. Some rider who likes the firmer brakes probably prefer that.
Obviously, you can adjust. I know back then SRAM has that Allen key slots that you can have. That's why the shifter was a little bit bigger, so that you have like you flip the rubber cover, and then you can just use a 5mm Allen key to adjust at which bite point you wanna get. But I think not many people are using it, so they got rid of it to make the shifter a little bit smaller. I guess ergonomics is more important than where the bite point is. But speaking of Shimano, for sure, back then the 11-speed Di2 hydraulics once had an issues. I do speak to mechanics. They were angry about wheel change. It's the same wheels. They put it back in. They still have a disc brake rub, so they don't know what's the problem. But Shimano have come a long way. They use servo wave technology, they call it. So that means that when you pull the lever, they have I guess the easily said is they have they push fluid a little bit more on the initial stroke, so that allows you to have a bigger clearance. So that's why.
There you go. So there's a lot of advancement, the improvement have made throughout the years. So we certainly appreciate that. So the riders out there, the weekend warrior can certainly.
And then so you see that technology trickles down.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean that's one beauty thing about cycling. I mean if you are a car fan. Automotive, if you're a car fanatic, you cannot go buy a Formula One car.
For sure.
Right? No matter how much. I mean, maybe you're super wealthy. If you're, you could go buy one, but where are you going to drive it, right? So. But the beauty of the cycling that you can literally, you can walk into a Roda-Link shop and buy the Polygon, which Tringano cycling team is using.
That's true.
You can buy, go to a Specialized or Trek and all the major brands, and you can buy that as well. And you can see their bike. I mean, you can literally buy the exact same bike that the professional riders are using, and buy the same components they're using, buy the same wheels. So a lot of the, especially in Asia, where I generally observe, like a lot of the amateur riders have even better bike than more expensive bike.
That's always the case, though.
than the actual professional riders. So it is good. You can you can't just go buy a Ferrari anytime you want, but you can go buy pick up a pretty decent bike. Within they're expensive. They're not cheap by any means, but they are within the reach of the general public, which is nice to see. And so I head back to the front of the peloton.
That's right.
These 7 riders are still chugging along with the gap seems like for the last couple of minutes and it looked like the last 20-30 minutes, and they're being capped at about 1 minute and 30. And the road, at least the rain, the heavy downpour stopped, but the roads are extremely wet. It's not a nice feeling. So a lot of these guys, I think they didn't prepare for the rain. Yesterday I was just going through the race hotel, and then there were a lot of riders putting their wet shoes in the corridor, because it certainly does stink up rooms. So I think many of them probably it's better to have a rain shoe cover. Then that will certainly prevent their shoes getting completely soaked and smelly at the same time. So there you go. The riders are just moving along. I think the Iceland rider just skipping a turn.
They're heading towards the sprint point. 1 kilometer to go.
There you go.
To the third intermediate sprint. Looks like a bit of a game going on between these riders. Looks like some of the riders are ready to pounce. We've seen a Thai rider just looking at the back, Nopachai, Just seeing who's going to go for the sprint. Rider George Matsui is just there, hanging, looking around at the back. The swerving happening at the moment. Let's see who's going to go and sprint for this. Nopachai is looking at the back. He's sitting in the middle of the pack, trying to see anyone else from the back who's trying to come and take the maximum points. 500 meters to go. Adnes there. He launches to the left of the road. He's going full gas. See if he can get the maximum points. Everyone reacted. And probably a bit too late. Joseph Javinier from 7-Eleven locked behind his wheel. Third intermediate sprint points. Let's see who gets the maximum points. Nopachai on the right. He's going for it. Looks like he might get the most points. He might get the time bonus. Let's see. 50 meters to go. Let's see who got the sprint points. Nopachai in front there. Kizi is contesting him. Let's see if Kizi are going to get it. Looks, oh, a tight one. Maybe Nopachai, maybe Kizi.
We need a photo finish to decide.
We need a photo finish at an intermediate sprint.
Yeah. So there goes the third and the last intermediate sprints. For a moment, I thought George from Iceland, I thought he was going to contest it. You definitely see the Thai rider. He was keep looking back and to see if the riders are going to launch the surprising attack, and it was done by Aitnan from Trigano Cycling, gone for a long one. But I think it was definitely going to be a contest between Key and our Thai breakaway companion.
Yep.
So hopefully the group regroup and the 7 riders getting back to working together, because they still, I mean, it's 37K to go to the finish. I mean, it's a minute and 30. If they can try to keep the gap going and trying to at least get to the last 10K with some minute or so on the clock, there's a good chance. Although I think Tudor has a different idea. They certainly want to control it, and then they're setting up their sprinter of a decline, and for his second stage victory.
Oh,
and
yes, for sure.
I'm sure. Brickler, we saw, from Uno X, he did hit the deck together with Marcelli, but he got back on the bike fairly quickly. It didn't look like he was hurting too much, or he didn't seem like lose too much of jersey, so-called, or skin.
Yep.
So hopefully he's not hurting and too much, and he can contest for the sprint finish. Well, also Peneve. It looked like we get a glimpse of it, and they're sitting pretty high in the front in the pelotons. They also want to ensure it's going to come down to a bunch finish, because he's certainly close. He got second on one of the stage earlier.
That is true, yeah.
And so he certainly, I think on stage 3, right? He got second. But no, not on stage 3. Sorry, apologize. We're gonna.
It was Kamaman stage, yeah.
So he certainly fancies his chances. It would be very nice to have a first Spanish victory, stage victory at the Tour de Langkawi.
That's right, Danny. 36.1 kilometer to go. Not long to go, just under an hour. Probably almost 40 minutes to go before they finish the race off. So they just pass through the last intermediate sprint, and all that's left is the finishing line. 1 minute and 20 seconds time gap between the peloton and also the breakaway. They're about to head to Port Dickson. Expected a bunch sprint finish. We don't know if the 7 riders in front can keep the gap. Obviously, it's just gone down 1 minute and 20 seconds as we are speaking. At the moment, with 35.6 kilometers to go, they are in the area called Jelutong Indah.
Yep, and talk about Peneve. Yeah, just double checked. Yeah, you're right. Kamama stage 4.
Yeah,
that's where he got second.
That's right.
Behind Marcelli, who's out of the race, but in front of Aaron Brickler.
Yep, that's right.
So he certainly fancies his chance today. This will bring a historical victory for the Spanish team.
Oh yes, for sure. And then obviously this is where Port Dickson is where everything started for the Malaysian cycling. I guess how do I say, the first explosion of cycling development in Malaysia when Anwar Manan won in Port Dickson.
Right.
Yeah, so that's I guess I guess the big wave, the first wave of cycling development in Malaysia after the winning of Anwar Manan in Port Dickson. So let's see if this is gonna pose some extra motivation to the Malaysian riders to potentially repeat the win here in Port Dickson. We have Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan and also Harif Saleh, potential sprinter from Terengganu cycling team. We have Elmi Jumari from Malaysia national cycling team, and also Izzat Helmi. He's been there, knocking on the doors for the past few stages. He's been in the top 10. He's got the award for best ASEAN rider and one of those sprint stage finish. So Izzat Helmi from Malaysia Pro Cycling. So let's see if the local rider can actually show themselves and get some big W in the stage today.
That would certainly be nice to be able to repeat a Malaysian victory in Port Dickson. Although I'm sure other teams will also want another victory. I was just talking to Yuki Aroshiro yesterday from Solution Tech, Vini Fantini, and they said, yeah, they're still looking for their victory, stage victory. And so it's multiple teams has not come out with a W yet. Certainly with abandon of Maruchelli, that opened the door for other teams, other opportunities. So for those who just join us, for the last pretty much it's going to be the last 40 minutes of today's stage.
Yeah.
The former race leader Maruchelli. And also the current KBS points leader has crashed out in the early part of the stage, and that also sort of opened the door for additional for other sprinters like Over Decline and Berkeley of Uno X Mobility trying to take the win. Also Poti Kameta. Paneve, Poti, Visit Malda.
Yep.
That's the sprinters from other team as well. Certainly will have a better shot of winning today's stage.
Yes, for sure, Danny. Yeah, but obviously we know the favorite is going to be Over Decline. He was not happy how he did in the last couple of stages. He was not happy in Kemaman. He was boxed in. You had a chat with him. He was definitely unhappy with that stage, and he didn't even get on the podium in Kemaman. So he's definitely keen to turn the whole thing around. He should have been able to climb the Titi Wangsa, but then he suffered from stomach bug. It was diarrhea pretty much. Spent the whole night in the toilet, and then he couldn't sleep as well. So so he's definitely want to turn this thing around. So he got how many stages he got last year? He got 3 stages last year in 2024. I've only got 1 stages.
So far.
1 stage so far.
Right.
So yeah, definitely want to turn his luck around a little bit for this year's Sri Lankawi.
So here's a look at the breakaway. Now the time gap has shrunk down to 50 seconds. It looked like the Iceland rider on the back refused to take a turn. I'm not sure what's the reason for that. Obviously, in order for the breakaway to try to succeed to the end, everyone needs to contribute, everyone needs to work. But he's sort of skipping a turn. Unless he decides to launch a flyer later, but it's too far and a too little time gap. So they need to keep driving the escapee group, and they need at least. They need to keep this at least to a minute until the last 10K in order to have a chance. We don't have a KOM points, but the road seems to get a little lumpier. And we're gonna pause momentarily for interview, I suppose. Oh, here's the replay of the third and the last intermediate sprint. Here's Key from Malaysian national team, and I cannot tell.
Maybe no. I think it looks like the Thai rider.
Yeah,
looks like the Thai rider. Have you heard of it? Oh no, is it Kizi?
Yeah,
wow,
Kizi. Okay.
Wow, that's good.
Okay.
Kizi from Malaysia national cycling team.
Ahead of Nompacha.
Oh yeah.
Nompacha.
Yeah, a little bit like Malucelli and Christoph battled the other day in stage 2.
Oh boy. Well, there's no changes on the. Well, here you go. Ayman Rosley now moving up to number 5 in the points classification.
Yeah, ahead of Alexander Christoph. Yeah, something to brag about.
Okay. yeah. Because there was another. There was another abandonment. How did he move up to?
Let's see. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. We did have another rider abandon the race earlier. So many riders abandoning the race, we just lose track of things. So.
But I think earlier he was 6 because Marachali was still showing on the board since he's stopped. He abandoned the race, and I think they move up 1 spot for Ayman.
No, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Here is Ednan just trying to get a fresh bottle because right now the team car is not able to get in between. So, I think. So the neutral car service is providing the water to Ednan. Then meanwhile in the peloton, they're just trying to gingerly, slowly reel back the breakaway group. It's still controlled by Tudor. I think doing bulk of the work. I do see Total Energy has 1 rider in the mix. And followed by Poti Visit Malta and a 7-Eleven rider, also in the front of the peloton. I think they're just trying to disrupt the chasing. It's doesn't seem to be definitely not slowing down the peloton, which is committed, fully committed by Tudor right now. They need to get Alvin Decline the best chance, and he's feeling much better. The fortune has turned. So he is feeling good, and Marachali is out of the race due to unfortunate crash, and then Alan Brickler has hit the ground. We don't know how hard it is, and certainly when a rider has an accident, they may not seem to be. I mean, this is how tough these riders are, right? So they may not seem to be hurting. But believe me, you're hitting the concrete at 45 kilometers an hour, it's gonna hurt.
Oh yes,
it's gonna hurt, but these guys have to get up and carry on. Unlike I do enjoy football, soccer.
That's right.
And I know these are tough players. By no means it's easy. I played a little bit of football when I was a kid. By no means it's easy, but then there's a little bit of drama showing and so forth. But then they fall on the grass and at a running pace, and there's a bit of drama, and it's probably it's more for trying to get the opposition the yellow card and so forth, but then there's definitely a bit of distaste among the public when the player acting just trying to throw off another opponent, but it's good that I think FIFA they're getting penalties and could potentially a red card for overacting or acting in period. They should just throw the rider out for acting. But because they should know they're slow motion play on this, so it's not like nobody saw what happened. Everybody can see what happened. The guy's getting kicked, and then like 5 seconds later he goes dive to the ground. It's just like okay, we're not blind, but in cycling they literally have a couple seconds. Immediately they need to get back up.
Otherwise they couldn't keep up. Otherwise they have to they work really hard to get back to the peloton. And then you see some of these riders, some with the eyebrows, so like blood's coming out the eyebrows, or blood's from the elbow or from the legs. They're still pedaling. I remember you're seeing some of the riders with fractured rib are still going through the race, some have like maybe broken collarbone, they still have to finish the race kind of thing to start. There's just a different kind of I guess mentality and mindset and mental toughness for, I guess, endurance athlete in general, not just not just cycling. We're talking about these marathoners, runners, these ultra trail runners. There's different kind of mindset that these guys have built for endurance athlete. And then like we talk about some kind of research the other day. Endurance athletes have always known to have a higher pain tolerance than sedentary people. You know, it's not just building fitness, but it's also building very, I guess, robust attitude in how you look at, you know, about challenges in life and that sort of stuff. You know, it's yeah. So if you're thinking about endurance sports, you know, it's definitely good for character building, especially when you get stuck in a weather like this.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of those character building. It shows your true color. You know, if you ride with your friends, that's when the true color comes out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you get.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercery Rewards.
Alright, Lily dah selamat tiba di Pasir Putih, Kelantan dan kini berada di depan booth PACE. Kalau dah ada dekat depan booth PACE ni, of course kita bersama dengan Executive Director of PACE sendiri, Mr. Teo Chia Chun. How are you? Jumpa lagi tahun ni.
Ya, jumpa lagi Lily. Last year masih ingat kami jumpa dekat Cameron Highland.
Okay.
14 tahun.
Ya, okay. Mr. Teo, mungkin boleh kongsikan lah for this year kan, sekali lagi apa yang mendorong PACE untuk sponsor Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025?
Okey. Ini merupakan tahun yang ketiga kami bersama dengan pihak organizer, dan thank you kepada pihak organizer iaitu MSN yang bagi peluang dan kepercayaan kepada company kami local brand for the sport. So itu yang salah satu reason mendorong kami, sebab ini pun kami LTdL merupakan edisi ke-29. So merupakan international event yang begitu berprestij. Itu yang peluang kami. Ya.
Okay. Alright, Mr. Teo, mungkin boleh kongsikan jugalah daripada, kan dah 3 tahun macam you mention tadi, apa perbezaan dia sehingga tahun ini?
Perbezaan semakin hangat. Cuaca pun hangat, suasana pun hangat, sama dengan peminat-peminat tempatan juga. Itu yang nampak ini event semakin dapat sambutan daripada local dan international tourist maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Selari dengan hashtag Beat the Hate. Okay, untuk tahun ini mungkin Mr. Teo boleh kongsikan juga apa jenis produk yang dikeluarkan, apa kelainan, mungkin inspirasi design tu dapat daripada manakah?
Okay, so tahun ini kami punya official merchandise. So semua wujud daripada proudly by all the Malaysian. Termasuk thank you kepada tim I, designer team, R&D team yang begitu bertunggu lumus untuk menghasilkan produk dan design yang sesuai dengan LTdL ini. Ya.
Okay, so Lily pun dah tak sabar nak check it out apa yang terbaru dekat booth PACE, sebab Mr. Teo kata dia nak belanja. So let's go.
The gap is still 25 seconds. It looks like Ziyi is going for it. He's not happy with the pace. He wants the pace to go faster, followed by Joseph Javinia from 7-Eleven. The other two riders are not interested to follow Ziyi, but they're still riding along, these 3 riders. Let's see if they're interested to chase, but Ziyi and also Joseph Javinia from 7-Eleven Click is in the breakaway. Still, two riders chopping off turns, trying to maintain. Looks like they've extended the gap by another 10 seconds with 20 kilometers to go. In front here, Tudor Pro Cycling with the 711 Click riders, 3 riders just behind him, potentially just controlling so that the gap isn't going any bigger. Here he is in front of the peloton, Joseph Javinia and also Ki Ziyi. Looks like they've passed that Bukit Pelando area, so now back in town. No more winding roads, 19.6 kilometer. Joseph Javinia peel off, looking at the back, see if they got a gap. Ki Ziyi is pushing on the pace. These riders have worked together quite well for the past 30-40 kilometers. Now they're riding together. 2 riders, Ki Ziyi and Joseph Javinia, in front of the race now. 2 riders left in the breakaway with 35 seconds gap to the peloton.
And it looked like the 3 rider made it back. There was a tag. Must be there was tagged by Ki.
Yeah, Ki initiated the attack. Followed immediately by Joseph Javinia. The other 3 riders sort of swapping turns, trying to catch with a break. Looks like the Thai rider is more interested than the other 2 riders. Etne is just behind there, alongside with looks like George Matsui. George Matsui, just these 2 riders just hanging on at the back, trying to close the biggest gap in the world, Danny.
Yeah. And then was involved. You know, he's a very good climber. Yesterday, he after the race, and found out that there was a crash.
Oh yes, yes.
There was a crash during the climb. There was there was a lot of fighting. There was a lot of shoulder bumping and elbowing. And here we go. Ednan goes. Talk about Ednan. He goes on trying to launch another attack. He's certainly not giving up. They go, I guess, trying to be the most competitive rider of today. Who is going to take that honor?
Yeah.
And then so the rider in front of him, couple rider in front of him had a slam on the brake, full stop, and he also braked, but unfortunately he went over the handlebar and dislodged his chain and had to put it back, and certainly lost some time. But certainly he's trying to get his revenge back on today's road. 18 kilometer to the finish and 18 second to the charging peloton. And meanwhile, the Quate, the 4 riders that remain in the breakaway are still fighting off for the most combative prize of today.
Yeah.
Ki certainly is be one of the contender, and all these 4 riders are still very active. And it looked like whether or not George is going to launch an attack.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
nearly a crash just now from Ki Ziyi. So the riders need to be careful with these cat eye reflectors on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially now that it's raining. That particular cat eye reflectors become extra slippery. So the riders need to be careful. Let's not have another crash. We've already had too many crashes in today's, deceptively simple stage.
Yeah, it's whenever there's a bit of relaxation and underestimating the course or the weather. Certainly, the riders are paying. A couple of the riders are paying for the heavy price of not able to finish. Here, Ki is determined, trying to stay away and being super aggressive. But they know they are going to get caught. Almost certain they're going to be caught, but they're still the most combative. And Ki is certainly doing his fair bit. He has not he's a very good rider, young guy. He's only 22 years old.
Oh, very young still.
And, so he certainly wants to get on the podium and to honor his home race in the Tour de Langkawi.
There it is, just now. A visual of Ki Ziyi is nearly there. Nearly got it, yeah. He just dodged the cat eye.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was that was a nervous situation right there.
Here's Edna.
A sigh of relief. Redna initiated another attack to drop the other 3 riders with him, with 18 seconds gap to the peloton, 16.4 kilometers to go, immediately followed by Ki Ziyi, Joseph Javinia, and also George Matsui. These 4 riders have been attacking each other after they've been riding alongside one another for the past 40 kilometers. There you go again, Etna in front there, driving the pace, trying to drop these other three riders with 16.1 kilometer to go. But obviously they have the sight of the peloton at the back. I'm not sure how long they're gonna do this, but Etna is very determined in front, just checking his shoulder to see how far the other three riders is.
Yeah, it is still super aggressive by these four riders. Everyone wants to get on the podium for the most combative rider of the day. 200 euros there, according to Unibet riders who have spoken about in the earlier days. But today we don't see any rockets in this breakaway attempt, and they are trying to protect Adrian Mayer for the third overall classification, because we saw earlier Nicholas Vinokurov did take the second intermediate sprint and a maximum of a 3-second time bonus. That certainly helped for Vinokurov to move up the general classification and getting closer to the third and second place overall GC rider. And the four rider at the front still has a bit of daylight ahead of the charging peloton. In fact, they actually grew the time gap to about 20 seconds with 15K to go. I think the peloton is just waiting and letting the four fight it out a little bit longer before they bring back, because once they bring back, and that could spur another counter attack, and also the sprinter train needs to get organized pretty soon. And in about 10 kilometers, they need to get organized and get their sprinter up to the good position, because we know the last 5K is going to be a straight run-in to the finish. That just means it's going to be high speed in the rain. And once again, we hope there's no any accident, and the rider must take care while they're going for the final sprint.
All right, looks like Kiziyi is not having it. He's going again, but it looks like the other three riders have set up Kiziyi on the front, on the solo break.
Determined.
Determined, having some gap, and not a huge gap, but he's determined. I'll just like what's the saying from Eddie Merckx? As long as I can still pedal, I'll attack. Yeah, something along the line. So
he's excellent, brave showing bravery in his national color of Malaysia, on his national champion color of Polygon bike, and he's certainly doing his country proud by going keep driving the attack. Now maybe there will be a group of moment of hesitation. That the peloton were happy that they already got the three of the four remaining escapees. So there's only one man. The chances of that succeeding is fairly low. So they may be happy to let the gap go a little bit longer. And certainly, Key should be on the podium for the most combative rider of the day. And wouldn't it be nice if he can survive all the way to the finish? And but that's a monumental task.
Yes, definitely.
And I think maybe only a few riders in the world can pull that off.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, he's showing a lot of bravery and a lot of fight in him, and that's great to see in a young rider of 22, just 22 years of age, from Terengganu, and also used to be part of the Terengganu cycling team, and now is representing Malaysia in this 2025 Petronas Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah. That's quite in the rain, quite a sketchy right turn there with a lot of painted lines. So it looks like everyone survived unscathed on that intersection, considering they have a right turn just after a descent. And now 12.8 kilometers to go. 12 seconds gap between the main peloton and also Kiziyi, the last standing of the breakaway group. Kiziyi from Malaysia National Cycling Team is ahead of the peloton, is ahead of the breakaway, just on his own. 12.6 kilometer. It's a monumental task for him to finish it off alone, but being there, being aggressive in the racing is definitely something that we here in the live commentary appreciate from the local hero here, Kiziyi. The peloton is definitely going super fast. These two riders are still struggling to get back in the peloton after that right turn. It's definitely going super fast. Tudor Pro Cycling is definitely pushing the pace in front here.
Yeah, so you can see like the guys on the back of the peloton, they're just struggling because, you know, on a turn, on a wet turn, you let the gap go, and then the guys on the front or the middle of the peloton, they're just riding through pacing line, but the guys on the back is definitely going to have a push, because the pace sort of everybody slows down, and then suddenly the front of the peloton is like already 300 meters in front of you, and they are accelerating up on the straight line already, and then you're still making the turn. Then you're going to be an all-out sprint just trying to get back to the peloton. I see the rider from KSPO Korea.
Yeah, it's cramping a little bit.
He's cramping a little bit, absolutely. He's just shows you how fast they're going. So, you know, just even sitting on the back of the peloton, you're cramping, just trying to follow. Meanwhile, one man is not cramped yet. Key is still driving the pace, fighting out and showing his national color. Yeah. And he is the under-23 national champion. Yeah. And in his national champion polygon bike. Yep. And he's still turning. He's putting out good power. He's turning well. He's not rocking side to side just yet. And he certainly spent some time in Spain this year, doing some races alongside of UAE. Alongside of Del Toro, who's also, I think, about similar age, but certainly a rider with massive talent, Del Toro.
Yeah, so for sure.
We had the UAE participate in this race a few years ago. Right. So it was nice to have see some of the world top team, but they're not here this year. However, XDS Astana is presented, and then as well as Picnic Post NL, both for sure. World Tour rider, but also Uno X. And I think Uno X, even though they are a pro team, certainly they are a team with some strong riders.
Yes,
certainly.
For sure. Tudor Pro Cycling and Uno X are the other teams, and also Total Energies. You know, although they are sort of the I guess second-tier team, but they are Tour de France team this year. They are Tour de France teams here, obviously. Only two. Yeah. We're talking about cramping just now. One thing Kizi is doing is cramping his body to be as small as possible. Try and punch through the air. Although we know the gap is definitely closing down. It's a very, very raging peloton coming in hot like a wave from the ocean, trying to swallow Kizi Yi, the only rider left in the breakaway with 10.6 kilometer, 10 seconds gap for sure. They are going so fast here, setting up for the sprinters for the bunch sprint. We got the likes of the favorites would be from Tudor Pro Cycling, from Uno X, from Polti Visit Malta. Obviously, Bardiani is going to be interested to deliver their sprinter, Enrico Zanoncello. We have the Malaysian team, Terengganu cycling team for Harif Saleh and Wan Abdul Rahman. From Malaysia Pro Cycling as well, Izzat Helmi Jumari from Malaysia national team. So it's going to be a fight for the battle. Obviously, you know, we lost our race favorite, Matteo Malucelli, as it opens up another door of opportunity for these sprinters team. 9.8 kilometers, there's still 10 seconds gap.
Yeah, just a quick look back. I think maybe a little bit less than 10 seconds, but it was a quick look back by Key, and he's just, he's just trying to bear his head down and just trying to go as fast as he can and as long as he can. So he know. Almost, you know, is for a rider like this current situation, he almost know that the catch is inevitable. But just to stay out there and put up a fight certainly takes a lot of courage and take a lot of watts to stay ahead for a small rider like him, probably around 50-some kg, and he's certainly pushing as hard as he can, just trying to drive into the finish line. And we saw Ayman Rosli, and that was caught. It was about a 5 kilometer to the finish. So today he's going to be caught just about 9k into the finish.
He's not letting off the gas, Danny.
Yeah, well,
he's still pedaling as long as the peloton haven't caught him. He's still pedaling. Looks like that. Like he's hurting for sure. But as long as the peloton haven't caught him, I'm putting pressure on the pedal. I'm not slowing down. Just a look back just to see. But yeah, he's not slowing down. He is definitely not slowing. He's fighting till the end. 8.6 kilometer.
Yeah, so that's great riding by Key, and very nicely done. But we know in the back in the group, and the sprinter must be thinking, the sprinter train is thinking, when do they start taking control? So obviously, Tudor Cycling has to burn a domestic for doing the bulk of the work, bring back the breakaway, and now finally look like he's decided to sit up, and he's ready to. He needs to get back in the group and just get to the finish line. There's a counter attack launched by 7-Eleven. Yep. They're always very active in counter attacking, so that's a good move. It is obviously they know they don't have a dominant sprinter, so they might as well roll the dice, take their chances. If it doesn't work, at least show their color and show the race organizer they deserve to be in this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Oh, that's right. So. Looks like Matej Drinovic from 7-Eleven Click just in front there, doing a little bit of a late flyer into the 6th stage today, heading to Port Dickson, 7.7 kilometer. The road is still wet, but looks like the rain may have slowed down a little bit here in Port Dickson. 7.6 kilometer. Tudor Pro Cycling is still riding their own pace, slowly ramping up the speed, setting up for the sprinter of the decline. But we are yet to see any other organized team. Yeah, we did see Vini Fantini, Solution Tech there. We can see some glimpse of Quality Visit Malta. XDS Astana is there, but obviously maybe, we don't know, maybe they're going to send off Aaron Gate being a more track sprinter. Track rider.
We don't see Uno X just yet, but I do get a glimpse of their yellow helmet.
Yep.
They're sort of like in the middle of the front of the peloton. They're probably waiting until the last 5 kilometer. In the meantime, Tudor Cycling Pro Cycling team is still doing the lion's share of work, and still the same guy doing it. Amazing. It's the same guy who brought in the same rider who brought in the breakaway, and now he's chasing the lone 7-Eleven rider.
Yeah, we do see Akipo Kunfama also getting organized, probably setting it up for Mark Rustenga. Also maybe potentially Miguel Angel Fernando Ruiz, which have a good sprint in the team. So they have us line up. They are lining up just behind Tudor Pro Cycling train.
And Solution Tech, Vini Fantini is also moving up to the front. We talk about Yukiya did mention their team hasn't got a victory yet, so they're out there at the front trying to help their sprinter trying to win today's stage. So there's obviously many teams want to get involved, but one team is not getting involved right now is Total Energy. Yep. Their job is to protect the leader jersey, which they have done it, and that's barring all incident. Their race leader, Debov, should be able to get across the finish line. They just need to get to the last 3 kilometer. In case there's any mechanical, any crash, that he still maintain the same time as the rest of the bunch. So they just need to make sure that he gets into the safe zone of 3 kilometer to the finish line.
All right. We've got 5.9 kilometers to go. Obviously, Solution Tech Vini Fantini have lost their main sprinter, Dusan Rajovic. So they're lining it up for Filippo Fortin for the sprint. They're yet to get any stage win or any significant results here. The team of Yukio Arashiro. So this is it, 5.7 kilometer. They already arrived in the town of Port Dickson, one of the tourist town here in Negeri Sembilan. So they just ride from Selangor into another state, Negeri Sembilan. 5.4 kilometers to go, Danny. Looks like they are getting organized.
And they should be getting, pretty soon, they should be on the beach side already. So we should see the ocean. According to the race map, they're certainly riding along the coastline to the finish of today's stage in Port Dickson. I see riders gonna, I see the Poti Visit Malta is getting organized. Uno X is moving up as well, and followed by Badiani. Badiani is on the right side of the peloton, so no one is taking the full control just yet. But Uno X is moving up slowly, but as I'm sure. Astana is still involved in the front. It's interesting to see. XDS Astana is on the front, moving up slowly.
Yep.
Probably just trying to keep Nicholas safe to get across the last 3K. And there's a rider on the right side of the peloton launching an attack, a flyer. The average speed of today is 48.4 kilometer an hour. 48.4. That just shows you how fast these guys have gone in this year's stage 6
That's
into the Port Dickson. So let's see who is the rider.
Fantini rider. Is it Ayman Rosli?
It
is Ayman Rosli.
Here.
Is it Ayman Rosli? It looks like Ayman Rosli. Let's see if that is the case. Looks like a laser helmet. It looks like a white jersey. That is Ayman Rosli. Is it Ayman Rosli? We need a clear view of the live feed. Who just did a last 4-kilometer lap flyer, causing the peloton to rampage all over the road, trying to chase back these last attempt. Looks like Ayman Rosli. It is Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, getting low, getting aero, just giving it all, giving his luck.
He's doing an individual pursuit right now. He just needs to bear his head down, and just keep going, and trying to time trial his way to the finish. And that's it's a well-timed attack. There's a bit of time gap, a bit of daylight between the peloton and Ayman Rosli. And but however, I think there's many sprinter teams are on the back, and they would want to get organized and do the chase. So, but Ayman, we certainly hope you just keep going. Just keep you have been. That's why he was resting a bit on the back of the peloton through most of the day. It's going to be a tall task for him, but certainly they are showing brave fight by getting the break, and then now it's just a 3.3 kilometer. He needs to keep going for another 3K. But the peloton can see him. They're certainly not letting the target. He's like the rabbit in front of the wolf pack, chasing wolf pack right now.
3 kilometers to go. Is this a redemption from Kemaman stage? Ayman Rosli going for a last minute attack, going solo, gritting his teeth. He's absolutely hurting. Lactate build-up for doing an effort above his threshold. He's going all out. 2.9 kilometers to go. We don't know if he can hold it. From the peloton, raging peloton, an ocean of sprint trains just behind him. Uno X is there. Total Energies are there. We can see Solution Tech. Vini Fantini is there, lining up for the sprinter. Filippo Fortin. Let's see. We don't yet to see a one dominant lead out. We can see. Looks like Ayman Rosli has been caught. Now their peloton is ready for a bunch sprint. 2.4 kilometers to go. Akipo Confama, Solution Tech, Vini Fantini just in the center. XDS Astana is still lining up. Uno X is visible. Let's see how they're going to play this out.
Well, I think the teams right now gotta move slowly, take control. It's still a little bit far away, 2.2K. Everyone is sort of saving their powder until the last 1 kilometer. Then there's gonna be a slight dip, and then finishing with a slight uphill tilt. So it'd be interesting to see which team want to take that downhill slope, carry the momentum all the way to the finish line. So this will be anybody's game right now. We do think LTdL that's a favor for today's stage finish. However, we don't see Tudor team just come up just yet, but they're lurking. They're lurking on the right side of the peloton. Vini Fantini, Aeroshiro is still on the front of the group, controlling the peloton, driving the pace at the front of the train.
Right, that's it. It looks like Solution Tech, Vini Fantini is a dominant train at the moment. We do see Total Energies on the right side of the road. Uno X just up there. They're lurking in the middle. We don't see Tudor Pro Cycling Team just yet. 1.2 kilometers to go. The pace is going super high. We do see Tudor Pro Cycling is just over there. We see Badiani trains getting organized. Looks like Total Energies train is just in front there, driving for the sprinters. We do see Manuel Peñalves train on the left side of the train. They're moving up now with 0.8 kilometers to go. Danny, how is this going to go?
I think Tudor is in a good position right now. They're on the left side of the inside of the peloton. They're on the left side, right side of the peloton, and they have LTdL. Look like it's like 7th wheel behind the lead out. There's 500 meters to go.
500 meters to go. The pace is on. They're lighting it up. We can see one Abdul Rahman is there. Izzat Helmi from Malaysia Pro Cycling is lurking behind them. Lorenzo Manzin is there. We see Uno X train on the right side of the road. The rider from XDS Astana is lining it up with slightly left-handed turn. Looks like Alan Blikra is run there. Lead out by Alexander Christoph. Is it Alan Blikra? Is it Alan Blikra? LTdL on the right side of the road. LTdL and Alan Blikra. Who's going to go? Can he guess it? Looks like it is LTdL. Another victory for LTdL from Tudor Pro Cycling. It was a tight one. We thought Alan Blikra is going to get it, but but it was a day for Alan Bricra. A mark of frustration from Manuel Penalve.
And yeah, there we go. Alex Klein. We predicted the race favor today. They certainly deliver a fantastic victory in the wet road. But their team did a perfect job getting him up to the best position possible. Alexander Kristoff was leading off for Bricla, and but Albert Klein just had a better speeds going to the last 100 meter and overtook Bricla and ahead of Penalve as well. And here's a congratulations by Penalve to Albert Klein and getting his second victory of this year's stage 6 of Tour de Langkawi.
Happy day for Albert Klein.
Yeah,
he's a flying Dutchman today.
Yeah, little
flying little gorilla today.
Yeah, little gorilla is got his victory number 2 at stage 6. But a well display of sprinting prowess in absence of Malucelli. But I'm sure he would have wished Malucelli would be contested in this year's in this sprint, and it would be I think a sweeter victory if he had won over Malucelli. But that's bike racing. This is how it can turn out. That he certainly didn't waste the opportunity, but maximize and capitalize on a victory.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, I think it's a little bit. All right, we're going to see the interview with Albert Klein later. But yeah, congratulations, Albert Klein, two-door pro cycling on a stage 6 win. It's good to see back Arvid winning stage in Petronas Tour of Langkawi. Very well done. They time it well. They time it well. They weren't obviously, you know, they got one of the guys controlling the peloton. Happy days for him. Finally, the team managed to pull it off with a stage win. That's a bit of a replay. We see Arvid Klein is just on the right side of the wheel, hanging about there, making sure he has the fastest line. We see Alexander Kristoff is leading out for Erlen Bricla just on the right side there. The road has a little bit of a left-hander, very slight left-hander turn. Finishing off the lead out and then followed by the Bardiani trained for Zanoncello. Oh, nearly missed it well. So that have killed the speed for Zanoncello, and Erlen Bricla capitalizing the situation. Alexander Kristoff leading out for Erlen Bricla. We can see Arvid Klein has to fly solo. Coming off, Alexander Kristoff going on the left. And Izzat Hilmi is there in the mix. Is he 4th, 5th? Maybe he got 4th. Yeah. There it is. Izzat Hilmi, 4th, just shy of the podium.
There you go. That's a replay of today's finish. Yeah, the Bardiani rider dropped the chain. He was. That would not be a.
That wouldn't have ended well.
Wouldn't end well. Especially, we had enough crash of today. Here's the interview of today's winner. Albert Klein.
One more victory, but a bittersweet victory because Matteo Malucelli is missing.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. I hope he's doing okay, but I just wish him good recovery, and hopefully he will be back on the bike soon.
Take us through this sprint, this final sprint.
Well, it was actually pretty hectic, high speed, and then at one point, we stayed on the right side. And there was a deviation, so it was kind of tricky. But then I could go in Blicra's wheel, like I did the other day. And I took the long way around because I didn't want to take any risk with Alexander blocking me. So I was like, okay, if I want to win, I need to take the long side. And then I went, and I already felt I had the speed to win. So I think it was a perfect sprint.
Second victory, but there was another achievement for your team. You got an intermediate sprint with Yanis Wazar to move up on GC.
Yeah, it's a super nice day for us. He takes 3 seconds. He's also, he's small and he doesn't have the big power, but he's super aerodynamic like me. So we talked about it before the sprint to stay as low as possible, and he takes it, and yeah, it's super nice. And we're gonna see what's happening the coming days.
Proficiat.
Thank you very much.
There you go, interview with LTdL, where he said certainly they were lining up on the right side of the peloton. It was hectic, it was high speed, and here's a replay of the Alexander Kristoff leading off, and he had to go the long way around in order to ensure he doesn't get blocked off, and he is the clear winner. He probably won by roughly about a half bike lane to a bike lane.
Yeah.
And well done for LTdL. So he said it was a bittersweet because obviously Malocelli was not able to contest due to the crash. He hoped for speedy recovery, getting back on the bike. So these guys are all want to win, but they want to win clean and fair. And so he's certainly done that. And it was a job well done by Tudor Pro Cycling Team. Here's another reason to go buy a Tudor watch.
Oh yeah. I just spoke to Arvid yesterday. They're gonna have a new shop opening on Monday.
Okay.
Next Monday.
There you go.
Next Monday.
So if you're in the market to shop for a Swiss watch,
be on the lookout on which Tudor watch branch.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in KL.
Okay.
Yeah. They haven't released me. They didn't let me know. Yeah.
That's a secret. It's maybe they hold it off until the last day. Yeah. So here you go. Well done by LTdL. Finish it off with a victory. And also he mentioned Giannis and got the 3 second to move up the GC a bit.
Yep.
Certainly done a good job for that. And he's a small guy. We were looking at yesterday's finish, and we thought that he wouldn't be in a position to sprint because he's much smaller than Johannesson.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And, but however, that's what LTdL said. Just stay low as possible, stay as aero as possible.
No, that's the main thing.
Just shows you aero does certainly affect and matters. Here's another aerial shot of the finish. Super high speed,
very
chaotic.
high speed. Yeah.
And Alexander leading off, and with Bricla, but LTdL just had a straight run in. He's literally in the middle of the road.
That's
just
right.
Dead on straight. And the Peneve, so it was a half bike lanes ahead of Bricla, and then the Bricla was half bike lanes ahead of Peneve. Here's a winner of today's stage, and that bring up his total victory to number 6 in Tour de Langkawi.
Yes.
Just had a quick look. So well done. Still a bit far away from Andre Gardini's stage
for
victory.
Sure. Yeah.
So, but at least he increasing that, closing that gap just slightly, and that certainly is a good job. And they, their team did a bulk of the work controlling the front and of the 7 escapee, and finally bring back Key. Key should be back be on the podium for the first time for the most competitive.
Oh yes, for sure.
And then Ayman Rosley did a flyer attack last minute, a surprise attack within a 5K to go, but it was caught. Was about 2 point plus. And here's again the replay of the sprint LTdL. Vini Fantini is on the left side, but it's getting the 5th position.
Just got pimped on the line by Izzat Helmi for 4th. Yeah, from Malaysia Pro Cycling.
So far, that's the best stage result for Malaysia.
Yeah, previously was Abdurrahman Hamdan with 6.
Yeah.
6.
We do see Hamdan in the sprint.
Yeah, in the mix. Harif Saleh is there as well.
Yeah, but there's just too many riders going zigzagging across the road. There's no chance for him to get to the front of the group.
Yeah. That's it. LTdL.
There we go. But at least we're glad there will be. It was almost a potential crash.
Badiani's right.
Dropping a chain that was leading out into the finishing straight. He pulled off, but the chain came off, and that could be extremely dangerous because all the top contender was in that vicinity. That would have brought down, five guys easily. But there's no changes on the overall general classification. The above is still above the rest of the competitors.
Yep.
And with a 6 second ahead of Johannesson and Mayer, but Yannis closed the gap to just 1 second behind.
Yes.
And so that was the intention. Brickla now is the points leader, although Alpha Decline is just three points behind. Now, if this is by far the competition heating up for the overall orange KBS jersey, since Malucelli is no longer in the race. And now that opened up the opportunity for the KBS Orange Points classification. I'm sure Alpha Decline would love to win another stage and take that jersey. There's no changes for the KOM, and there's not going to be changes for tomorrow either, because there is no classified climb for Patrick Eddy. Just the same point with Sayambaya. And so it is going to be interesting to see what's going to happen into the last day, stage 8 of the Chateau Langkawi. There will be 3 category climb. And meanwhile, Nicholas Vinokurov moving ahead and just open up a little bit gap ahead of Sayambaya, and because he took the 3-second intermediate sprint, and in order to move himself up the general classification and just open up a little bit of gap. We can see the best Malaysian is Rambao, which is at number 7 in the best Asian classification. And here's the aerial shot of the beautiful beach, the Port Dickson.
Yep. Okey, baik. Penamat peringkat yang ke-6 dari Shah Alam ke Poliser sejauh 123.5 km. Mana hilangnya Ivy Dickson? Kali terakhir kita dapat lihat dia adalah ketika di Greek tempoh hari menuju ke Pasir Putih, di mana dia menamatkan perlumbaan dalam keadaan keletihan pada ketika itu, dan kemudian ketika perlumbaan peringkat yang seterusnya daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Maman, dia juga tidak kelihatan. Begitu juga dengan perlumbaan dari yang melibatkan Bukit Fraser dari Temeloh, dan hari ini dia muncul semula. David Dickson, pelumba Tudor Cycling yang berjaya untuk mencelah di antara pelumba ketika menuju ke penamat tadi, dan akhirnya dia kembali semula meletakkan namanya selaku pemenang di peringkat perlumbaan. Hari ini dia menawan peringkat yang ke-6. Okey, dan itu sekaligus walaupun ia tidak mengubah kedudukan keseluruhan pelumba, tetapi sebenarnya ia telah melonjakkan sedikit kedudukan beliau dalam kedudukan keseluruhan. Tetapi yang lebih penting untuk kedudukan sprinter terbaik ataupun raja pecut, David Dickson semakin menghampiri kedudukan pelumba yang kini sedang berada di tangga yang teratas, iaitu Ellen Blikra bagi pasukan Uno X Mobility. Apa sudah jadi dengan Matteo Malucelli? Semua pun dah tahu, semua pun dah nampak dia terlibat dengan insiden kemalangan yang mengakibatkan beliau tidak dapat meneruskan perlumbaan, sekaligus menolak dia terus jatuh ke bawah dalam kedudukan keseluruhan pelumba. Arik Usaini sudah pun kembali bersama dengan saya. Muncul semula David Dickson. Kita tidak membincangkan tentang pelumba ini. Yang kita sebut adalah Matteo Malucelli, Joris Delboeuf, Andrew Jonasson, and then Mech. Tapi akhirnya David Dickson muncul di situ untuk menamatkan peringkat ke-6 selaku pemenang, adik.
Baik, Dickson pelumba daripada Tudor sekali lagi hari ini 2 kali berturut-turut untuk edisi ke-29 Petronas LTdL Langkawi ini, beliau berjaya memenangi peringkat. Dan sudah pasti Akbar, apa yang menarik juga, dia juga mengatasi ataupun berkongsi 6 kali memenangi peringkat di Petronas LTdL Langkawi ini bersama Matteo Malucelli. Jadi sudah pasti David Dickson di sini kita lihat dia berada di performance yang terbaik untuk beliau, dan hari ini dia terus membuat pecutan dan terus memenangi peringkat untuk pasukan Tudor.
Okey, baik. Sekarang ni jom kita post race punya discussion. Elok kita mulakan part by part, bermula dengan insiden yang melibatkan Matteo Malucelli apabila dia, kita tak tahu macam mana keadaan dia terjatuh itu, tapi saya rasa mungkin berlaku pergeseran antara dia dengan ada 3 pelumba yang terlibat pada ketika itu tadi.
Baik, apa yang saya nampak adalah Matteo Malucelli terlibat di dalam kemalangan yang pertama ketika kita lihat ada laluan seperti ada macam kalau ikutkan di sini lubang yang kecil itunya menyebabkan berlakunya kemenangan pertama yang kita boleh lihat Alan Brika juga terlibat secara langsung bersama Matteo Malucelli. Di sini kita lihat Akbar, Matteo Malucelli dia seperti tidak terdaya untuk bangun. Di sini menunjukkan betapa seriusnya kesakitan yang beliau alami dan apa yang kita tahu dia mengalami broken collarbone dan ini menyebabkan dia tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan pada peringkat yang ke-6 hari ini.
Okey. Baik, itulah berita yang diterima yang masih belum rasmi tetapi mungkin ia ada kebenarannya juga apabila dia mengalami patah collarbone dan sudah pasti ia akan menyukarkan beliau untuk menyambung kayuhannya pada peringkat yang ke-7 dan juga peringkat yang ke-8. Dan kemudiannya ada satu lagi crash yang berlaku yang melibatkan Vadim Pronsky dan Harif Saleh saya kira.
Ya betul Akbar, kalau kita lihat di kemalangan kedua terjadi berlaku seperti kemalangan pertama iaitu Harif Saleh melanggar laluan yang kecil, lubang yang kecil itu menyebabkan dia jatuh dan di kemalangan ketiga ini kalau kita boleh lihat view daripada udara menunjukkan pelomba daripada pasukan tim piknik terlebih dahulu terjatuh dan kita boleh lihat Vadim Pronsky daripada belakang melanggar pelomba daripada pasukan tim piknik pos ini menyebabkan beliau tersangkut di tengah-tengah divider dan menunjukkan Vadim Pronsky mengalami kecederaan yang serius juga dan dia tidak dapat menghabiskan perlombaan hari ini. Jadi sedih untuk pasukan TSG kerana mereka meletakkan Vadim Pronsky ini merupakan prospek untuk memenangi jersey terbaik Asia untuk edisi kali ini. Jadi kita harap Vadim dan juga Matteo Malucelli kedua-dua pelomba ini supaya cepat pulih dan kembali berkayuh dan memberi saingan seperti biasa selepas ini.
Okey, betul. Tapi kita nampak tadi pelumba berkayuh di atas ada permukaan jalan yang ada steel ataupun ada pembagi kat situ di bahagian jalan itu yang sedikit licin dan mengakibatkan berlakunya kemalangan itu. Okey, baik, nampaknya di Polisian punya kemalangan itu. Okey, baik, nampaknya di Polisian seperti sudah bersedia tapi sebelum itu mungkin kita dapat ikuti temu bual Alan Blikra mengenai perlombaan peringkat yang ke-6 hari ini.
Conditions for racing today and the crash that you had earlier.
The crash, I was on the wheel of Malucelli and he rode in a hole or something in the road and he just lost control of his bike and he fell just in front of me, so I just went over the steering wheel. So yeah, nothing I could do, but I feel okay. So
how was it for sprinting after a day on the wet?
I'm used to raining, but it was a bit frustrating for us today. We wanted to take some bonus seconds for Johannessen. We didn't manage to do that, and things didn't go as planned for us today. But in the end, I really hoped we were gonna get the win. But another second.
It didn't go as planned, also because Alexander Kristoff was sick.
Alexander didn't feel his best, but he was better than expected, really. So when I opened my sprint, I really thought I was going to win, so it was frustrating to see Arvid get past.
Another second place, but the race is not over. 2 more stages, so 2 more possible wins, and the overall still inside.
Yeah, we say it every day, another chances to come, but we always get second, so but we keep on trying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tidak pernah berputus asa. Itulah semangat yang dimiliki oleh Alan Blikra, pelumba Uno X Mobility. Dia terjatuh bersama dengan Matteo Malucelli dan kemudiannya dia kembali mengejar peloton dan akhirnya menamatkan peringkat yang ke-6 ini di tempat yang kedua di belakang Dickson dan Dia merampas jersey oren selaku Raja Pecut daripada Malucelli Alan Brikra. Kini menuki tangga yang teratas dengan mengumpul 45 mata walaupun semakin dihampiri oleh kedudukan Arvid Dickson. Itulah semangat yang ada pada pelumba-pelumba ini yang seharusnya dicontoh kepada pelumba-pelumba kita walaupun dah terjatuh tetapi masih ada semangat lagi untuk meneruskan perlumbaan dalam keadaan cuaca yang sangat tidak menentu hari ini. Renyai, kemudian ada satu area tu hujan lebat dan kemudian ada yang takukan air, jalan basah. Itu drama hari ini, Arik.
Betul, kalau kita lihat perlombaan ketiga terpendek untuk edisi ke-29 ini daripada Shah Alam ke Port Dickson. Jadi hari ini kita boleh lihat macam-macam situasi perlombaan. Kita lihat di zon pecutan pertama kita boleh lihat pelumba daripada pasukan Tudo melepasi garisan pecutan dan kita boleh lihat ketika itu Astana menyusun strategi melalui Nicolo dan juga Ellen.
That was literally 100 meters. So it actually kind of turned. So we expected from the graph, we thought it was going to be a straight run in, and it wasn't so straightforward at all.
Yeah, it's just a very tight, I wouldn't say tight, just a little bit of a left-hander. Yeah, it's a little bit of a left-hander. Yeah.
That didn't show very clearly on the map, but certainly these guys navigated through cleanly and avoided a potential disaster with the Badiani rider dropping a chain. And so hopefully that's particularly happy.
Or maybe this is how his face is.
I think when he's on the top of the podium, he's in the middle of the podium, finally winning it, then he'll be happy.
Yeah.
These guys are fierce competitors. You know, for them, second place is the first loser.
That's right.
So for professional racing, yeah, indeed, they are not here to collect medals. They are here to collect victories. So they really wanted the overall victory, and then overall victory goes to no other than Albert Decline.
Albert Decline from Tudor Pro Cycling.
He's not going to get declined today. He certainly didn't, and he certainly showed that he has the fastest leg. His team did a bulk of the work, keeping the breakaway in check, and the little gorilla pounded and in victory in Port Dickson, and then in the state of Negrin Sembilan. There you go. You know, we said in the first day that he wasn't smiling. He's certainly smiling now. He's feeling much better. So your pep talk with him yesterday at dinner,
I gave him a few tips.
Gave him a few tips. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, what gear to use and how he should launch his sprint and when he should do that. So certainly he would. I'm sure he will be thanking you for that too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll have a chat a bit later. Debrief what's the sprint, how it went down. You know, how it could get better. You know, prepping for tomorrow's stage.
Yeah, certainly that would be greatly appreciated. There we go. There we go. That's the podium finish of today's stage. There's.
Oh yeah.
Burka want to get off the stage basically as soon as possible. He's not smiling. We see two big smiles.
Yeah.
Peneve. Finally back on the podium again, but Uno X, didn't really complete the job. I think they didn't have to chase some of the breakaway. They, I think.
The first few breakaway attempts, before the second intermediate sprint.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they, it was important they keep everybody together on the first intermediate sprint, but there was some attack, like for example by the Trenggalek cycling team, Matthias, and he wasn't a threat to the overall, and but I see Uno X was doing the chasing, so I think maybe they just wanted to get a maximum another shot at the intermediate sprint, but it didn't pay off for them. But there's no question who is the most combative rider of today. Malaysia cycling team, Key.
Yep, KZE.
And he certainly had done his country proud by being the most aggressive, and when everybody set up, and he launched the next attack, and he kept it going until literally the peloton is on his back wheel.
Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, slightly different order.
Yeah, slightly different order, and a different color jersey. Normally he will be representing Trenggalek cycling team, but now he's in this race he's representing the Malaysian national team. And later this year, he'll be representing Malaysia in the SEA Games.
Oh yes, which is December, isn't it?
December. Yeah. I believe in Thailand this year.
Yes, in Thailand. You know, I had a chat with Ron Bao at the hotel yesterday in Shah. Yeah, he's one of his main worries is Tanakan Chayasombat. Yeah, the way he's riding yesterday, up phrases, shows his form for the upcoming SEA Games.
Yeah. I think both Key and Rambal will be in the SEA Game because that parkour sort of suits a climber. So obviously these two are the two of the best climbers for Malaysia. They've both done
classification. Currently on the shoulder of Nikola Vinokurov. There it is. Next, we're looking at another classification. Bubbles 02, King of the Mountain. A fairly, well, maybe it's a bit more relaxed day for him today and tomorrow. Obviously today has a bit of a carnage and chaos today. Yeah. It's been very wet and very aggressive racing. But yeah, obviously he didn't have to go in contest for any classification, for any points. So a bit more relaxed day for him today and tomorrow. But in the final stage, it could be a completely different story for him with 3 King of the Mountain classification points to collect.
Yeah, it's he's gonna have 2 easy days. Today is well, it's not easy by any means. It's raining, chaotic, a lot of crashes. So, but he's certainly sitting on the back of peloton, avoided most of that, and is able to keep his Bubble 202 polka dot jersey.
Yeah. Does he get extra Bubble 02 drink for wearing the jersey, or how does that work? No idea.
I think he is enough. Well, they have a hard time taking away the finding spaces for the trophy, so they probably don't want any more drinks right now.
Yeah.
But although the bubble jersey looks nice, yeah, blue dots.
Blue dots.
Here we go. Eddie.
Yeah.
Patrick Eddy from Australia, riding for the Netherlands team.
Yeah. From Bendigo, Australia. Bendigo is not far off from Melbourne.
Okay.
Yeah. Just yeah. He still wasn't expecting this. Obviously, he didn't came for King of the Mountain, but sometimes what you things that unplanned is the best plan, I suppose.
Yeah. you take the cards that's dealt to you.
That's right. Yeah.
So there you go, the KOM current, but it will be last day. It will be all up for the fight because Sainbaya of the Bogos BH team,
yes, for sure.
certainly would like to get that jersey on the last day because Sainbaya has worn that jersey before, have won that jersey before, so he wants to have that chance to take it back because he's second. Sainbaya is second in the Asian classification.
Yeah.
But he's a bit too far off
for sure.
Nicholas. And so to take that classification, although I've seen stranger things, so, Marucelli was way ahead in the points classification, but due to an unforeseen crash, and he had lost that. But then right now, so he passed over the KBS orange jersey to the man we see on the podium right now.
Alan Blikra from Uno X Mobility, who got second in today's stage.
And still not smiling right now. So.
Yeah, I think it's just his face, I think
it just, like professional riders, when they felt like that they have a very clear plan of going to today, what's their task. When you don't complete that task, it's not going to be it's not going to be a happy day, That's what's different between professional rider.
True.
Their job. I always say, a lot of time I interview young riders and I ask them, why do you cycle? Some of them tell me they love traveling.
Okay.
They love the training.
Okay.
Well, I say if you love traveling, you can become an air hostess or become a pilot.
True.
If you love training, then you can get a day job and then go out ride on the weekend.
Yeah.
But for the professional rider, your job is to win the bike race.
Yeah.
And if you can't win the bike race, you help your teammate win the bike race.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the third and also very important is to promote your sponsors.
Yeah.
So if you don't do any of the three, you shouldn't be a professional bike racer.
That's right.
And you know, you can become a become a pilot, become an architect.
Yep.
And so doing something else that can make an easier living and still go on and that's the beauty of it. You can still do your regular job and still go enjoy on the weekend. For a bike ride, you can buy the best bike in the shop, and you can ride a better bike than some of the pros, right? So there's
that as well. Like people think that yes, like the professionals are given the bike, you know, for use, but that's not their bike technically. It's a team's bike, right? Yeah. So they have to return it at the end of the year or whenever they move to a different team. So they're left with no bike.
Right.
And then they're restricted in what they can and cannot use.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So you know, to be honest, a lot of them are using the equipment. They may have a favorite equipment. They talk about some of the brands that you're saying, but you know. But if your team is using this kind of equipment and this kind of saddle and parts, and you know, it just, even you have personal preference, and the team will tell you, sorry, if you want to be in the team, this is the equipment you're going to be riding, this is the bike you're going to be riding. You don't have a choice. So, but fortunately, most of the team has a very competitive bike, good bikes and good parts and good components. But no, you don't get to choose what you want. So there you go. The one man is choosing. What he wants right now is the race leader of Debub, who is right now above. Right, he is actually above everybody else right now in the overall classification.
That is true.
Leading by 6 seconds ahead of Johannesson, and as well as his compatriot Adrian Mayer of the Unibet team.
That's right. Joe Zelbov. Yeah, he did admit it was a bit of a stressful day for him today. You know, he can't just do whatever he wants to do now. He just have to be a bit more alert of whichever team or rider that is trying to take some more bonus times to strip that jersey of him.
Yeah, here we go. This is the jersey podium of current stage as of stage 6. This is all the jersey holder as of now. We'll see 2 smiling faces. Okay, this is okay. There's a crack of a smile from Brooklyn.
There it is.
It's second.
Okay,
it's not bad.
Baiklah. Begitulah diraihkan pemenang-pemenang JC utama dan juga pemenang peringkat untuk peringkat yang ke-6 saingan Petronas Letua di Langkawi 2025 dengan menyaksikan berlaku beberapa perubahan, terutamanya melibatkan JC Raja Pecut yang kini menjadi milik Ellen Blikra, tetapi dia dikejar oleh Avid Decline. Baik, tetapi untuk JC yang lain masih lagi kekal dengan Joris Delbov terus mendahului bagi keseluruhan selepas tamat 6 peringkat perlombaan. Namun, yang nak kita perkatakan pada ketika ini tentang kemampuan, okey, kita cerita pasal Izzat Hilmi dulu Izzat Hilmi Halil yang telah pun berjaya dinobat sebagai terbaik ASEAN 2 kali Kali pertama di Kemaman tempoh hari, Kuala Terengganu Kemaman. Masa itu ditamatkan perlumbaan tempat ke-7. Hari ini peringkat ke-6 menamatkan perlumbaan tempat ke-4, hampir-hampir naik ke podium. Dia mencelah di tengah-tengah peloton itu untuk sampai garis penamat dan dinobat sebagai pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara ataupun ASEAN. Baik,
Izzat Helmi, kalau kita lihat dia memang tidak asing lagi lah untuk orang cakap pakar pecut untuk pasukan NPC. Beliau sebelum ini pun memang selalu berada di kedudukan ke-10 terbaik. Jadi Izzat Helmi kali ini dia pun sebelum ni pernah menduduki tempat ke-4 Akbar pada edisi yang lepas, dan hari ini sekali lagi berada di kedudukan ke-4. Tapi apa yang saya lihat di last 150 meter yang terakhir, dia seperti tersangkut di sebelah kanan barrier, dan kemungkinan besar mungkin Sayuti boleh membawa view daripada udara ni
yang telah pun berjaya naik ke podium sebanyak 2 kali untuk dinobat sebagai terbaik Asia Tenggara ataupun ASEAN. Seterusnya, seorang lagi pelumba tempatan yang akan kita lonjakkan namanya, KZ, pelumba skuad kebangsaan kita. Selepas saja dia berjaya untuk berada di depan untuk zon pecutan yang ketiga, All the way lepas tu, dia terus duduk di depan. Dan akhirnya, dia diiktiraf sebagai the most combative rider untuk peringkat yang ke-6.
Baik, most combative rider untuk Kizi sudah pasti pelumba muda ini. Ini merupakan second debut untuk beliau menyertai PETRONAS itu Langkawi yang kita tahu pada 2022 itu merupakan kali pertama untuk beliau. Apa yang menarik juga, Kizi hari ini berani membuat sepanjang perlombaan hari ini memang Kizi harus dinobatkan sebagai most competitive rider. Dan apa yang juga menariknya Akbar ingin berkatakan tentang Kizi ini, beliau juga menunjukkan kepada kesemua pelumba ataupun dan harus diingat kerana KZI juga dia mampu PKBM ataupun MSN ataupun KBS mungkin boleh berbincang kerana kita pun ambil maklum bahawa pasukan Malaysia kita ini mereka tidak mempunyai
pendedahan
program berterusan seperti program untuk pasukan track endurance kita.
Jadi kita harap MSN akan mengambil tindakan segeralah untuk adakan program berterusan dan juga mungkin pendedahan di luar negara untuk skuad basikal lebuh raya negara. Okey, baik. Itu cerita tentang pelumba tempatan. Erlin Bikra. Untuk gelaran Raja Pujuk sekarang ni tertutup sudahlah peluang sebenarnya untuk Manu Celi apabila dia dah ucap selamat tinggal lah kepada LTdL 2025 selepas kemalangan patah collarbone. Dan kemudian sekarang ini kita lihat perseteruan pertembungan untuk Raja Pucut kepada dua individu sahaja, Erlin Bikra dan dua pelumba ini menuju berbaki dua lagi peringkat.
Baik, Erlin Bikra sekarang ni kalau kita tahu dia sekarang ni mengungguli jersey tajaan KBS jersey oren dengan mendalui 45 mata berbanding Arvid Decline di tempat kedua 42. Jadi 3 mata perbezaan antara Arvid dan juga
Decline
Erlin Bikra. Dan kita boleh lihat di sini harus diberi tumpuan oleh pelumba daripada pasukan Polti Komita juga, iaitu Manuel Panalve sekarang ni berada di kedudukan ketiga dengan 37 mata. Jadi saya rasa perebutan jersey oren ni masih terbuka, Akbar. Kesemua jersey-jersey utama masih terbuka. Antaranya jersey hijau juga, kerana kita boleh lihat ini, nanti kita boleh ulas dan kita boleh lihat hari ini Erlin Bikra sekali lagi berada di kedudukan tempat kedua. Dia pun cakap tadi masa berbual dengan dia, setakat ini edisi yang ke-29 dah 2 kali dia berada di kedudukan kedua untuk peringkat. Jadi dia ingin terus cuba untuk memenangi peringkat di baki last peringkat yang terakhir nanti.
Okey, baik, memang itulah yang kita sebenarnya memang nak tengok pertarungan bukan berakhir hari ini, tapi pertarungan kalau boleh lebih menarik. Pertarungan itu berlaku pada peringkat yang ke-8, itu peringkat yang terakhir kerana kedudukan Yoris Dilbov selaku pendahulu. Mungkin kalau dapat kita lihat sekarang ini, kalau dapatlah penerbit saya tunjukkan semula kedudukan JC ataupun pendahulu untuk JC Petronas, JC hijau. Kita nak lihat apakah peluang untuk Yoris Dilbov mempertahankan kedudukannya selaku pendahulu keseluruhan. Okey, ini dapat kita lihat. Okey, ini dia kedudukan ini stage untuk peringkat yang ke-6. Arvid Declan berjaya menamatkan perlombaan dalam masa 2 jam 32 minit 55 saat, meninggalkan Erlin Bikra yang terjatuh bersama dengan Manu Celi. Tempat yang kedua Manuel Penalvier di kedudukan tempat yang ketiga. Di manakah kedudukan Aaron Gate di nombor di tempat yang ketujuh. Okey, baik. Ini stage G. Okey, ini GC untuk stage yang ke-6 untuk sprint jersey sebenarnya. Itu ini untuk GC ya. Kita lihat Yoris Dilbov berada di kedudukan tempat yang pertama. Dan okey, ini sprint classification. Okey, baik. Erlin Bikra dengan 45 mata meninggalkan untuk baki 2 perlombaan. Okey, baik. Yoris Dilbov dia bakal dicabar untuk baki 2 perlombaan lagi. Esok The longest race untuk Petronas LTdL 214 km. Sebelum lepas itu dari Tangkak ke KL untuk peringkat ke-8. Jadi ada pelumba yang akan cuba untuk mengejar Andes Jonassen misalnya akan cuba untuk mengejar merebut JC Petronas, JC hijau.
Okey, baik. Kalau kita lihat situasi perlombaan untuk peringkat ke-6 hari ini, yang paling menyelah ialah Yenis Voisat daripada Tudo dan juga Nikolia Vinokuros daripada Astana, kerana kedua-dua pelumba ini mereka berjaya mencuri 3 mata extra time bonus dan itu menunjukkan beliau mampu memberi saingan kepada Joris Bilbao, kerana untuk seketika ini kedua-dua pelumba ini berada di kedudukan tempat yang keempat dan juga ke-7 ketika ini, ke-6 ketika ini. Jadi sudah pasti baki dua perlumbaan ini, 2 peringkat lagi. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar tentangan ini memang sengit dan kita harap pasukan Total Energy ini mereka dapat mengekalkan jersey hijau, jersey keseluruhan yang dipakai oleh Joris Dilbov.
Okey, baik. Wow, masa tak banyak sebab saya ada satu poin ni, tak apa, mungkin kita akan bicarakan esok. Strategi Astana selepas Malucelli terjatuh, okey, strategi mereka untuk zon pecutan yang kedua. Astana 3-3 diketuai oleh Aaron Gate. Memang world team ni dia punya perancangan itu immediately kan lepas Malucelli jatuh. So okey, we change our plan katanya. Okey, itu sebab kita tengok dekat banting 3-3 Astana relax je kat depan untuk menang 1 2 3 zon pecutan.
Baik,
Adik.
Okey, baik. Kalau kita lihat selepas saja zon pecutan pertama, kita boleh lihat 3 pelumba daripada pasukan Astana ni
Hari ini percaya atau tidak, 3 zon pecutan 9 rider berbeza yang berada di situ.
We have done 5 stages so far across many different states. Now we are back in Shah Alam for stage 6 from Shah Alam to Port Dickson.
I am ready for the stage of today. It's not too long, it's less of 3 hours. It's like I prefer.
Oh, looks like a crash.
Oh, no.
That involves Maluncelli. Oh, no. That is not good. That involves Matteo Maluncelli.
Personnel, attention, a crash on the right-hand side. Caution, please, when you pass.